X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. I'm sorry for being late today. I apologize. I actually ran a little bit late because I was shaving before I hopped in the shower, and it actually kind of shifted my schedule around a little bit. But I'm here. We're vibing. Zan, why'd you stop playing that beautiful music? The theme song ended, Alexia. But welcome. It's nice to have you here. Welcome. Now that I'm shaved, I can mew. Have mercy, please. I've been a good Chad. Please stop. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you jealous of my my mewing line? Someone's jealous. Someone is jealous. Yeah, I'm mogging everybody in chat today. Dude, I swear to God, dude, from now on, every time I do a debate, the entire time my opponent is speaking, Just mewing the whole time. You guys know I'm gonna do that, right? You know that's every debate now. God. How to win a debate. Easy. Have you heard of the glowing green gnomes that have been appearing around as of late? No, I did not. Or is that just a meme that's happening right now? Hey Zan, have you seen the Starship Troopers video by Westside Tyler? No, I haven't. Is it good? I like Starship Troopers. I don't watch a lot of political content off stream though, believe it or not. As a matter of fact, I've actually been watching more gaming and occasionally, like, craftsmanship videos, you know, like making rings and jewelry has been like my current rabbit hole of content I've been into on YouTube at the moment. What's up, Green Moon 2040? How you doing? The gnomes are real? Hold on, let me look into this gnome thing. I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling. I'll take mewing over knuckle cracking, honestly. I'm sorry, Perry Icefire. I'm very sorry. The knuckle cracking has to happen regardless, but I try to do it far away from the mic, but sometimes I forget and I do it up here, you know? I just get it right into that microphone. Oh yeah. I know you guys like this. I know how much you guys love this. Nice chin, bruh. Thank you. You could grate cheese with that jawline. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I've got a pretty good jawline, and I like it. It's cool. I like it. It's pretty nice. It goes pretty hard. It starts up around here. You can follow it down. It's a nice jawline. I appreciate it. Guys, I don't joke when I say I've got the Giga Chad jaw. I don't like to hide it underneath a beard. That's why I like to have stubble. Just like a nice... Oh, look at that. I just shaved. This is exactly where I like it to be. It makes like a nice little noise. I don't know if you guys can hear it. ASMR. Perfect. This is where I like it to be. I just need a haircut now. If I could just get this all cut back, I'll be happy. When Zan inevitably becomes an undead, magically animated skeleton, the jawline will remain. I mean, it would, actually. It very much would. It'd be more defined than ever, actually. Good one, Patchy. Joke's on you, I'm an audio listener, so I'm immune to your mews. Well, unless I mew like that, in which case you hear it. Incels hate Zan because he is what they think, or what they want to look like, but is progressive. Yeah, they just say I won the genetic lottery or something in regards to my jawline. They would just try to, like, associate it with genetics, and, like, you're just set in the way you are, like this is your marketplace value, or they'll say you'll have to looksmax. And looksmaxing on the surface seems like self-improvement, but it always comes with that side platter of misogyny and self-hatred and toxicity. No, to be fair, I did not work for this jawline. The most work I did for it was having braces, I guess. I had braces, and I wore my rubber bands mostly. Not anywhere near as much as I should have. My jawline would be possibly, like, insane if I wore my bands as much as I was supposed to. Holy shit. Who out here ugly maxing? OMG me! Nah, Zan had the jawline since the day he was born? No, not really. No, not really. Oh, I will say... It's not the best picture of me, but it is of me doing something cool. My mom uses Facebook, and Facebook gives you those, like, however many years ago today, I think it was 5 years ago, 6 years ago, this memory. And my mom took a picture of me winning the district's breaststroked 200-yard breaststroke event. I think I literally won, like, first place in this event. And I qualified for regionals and didn't go because I had just graduated. I had just graduated high school and was like, nah, I'm gonna go make YouTube videos now, coach. And he was like, you what? He wasn't happy, but hey, listen, a year and a half later, here I am. Well, not late. Here I was, I guess, making lefty content. It worked. But here's the picture of me right here in the middle doing the 200-yard breaststroke. And you can just tell from my wake and the fact that I'm in the front. This is from, like, taking off the block. Already in the lead. I eventually lapped everybody else, like, once. But yeah, that's me in the middle there. Just grabbing a nice sideways mouth open breath before I plunge down in for another big pull. My mom sent me the zoom in. There I am. Look at my face. Someone should clip that and make it an emote. I'm going for it, dude. I like how my wake is the largest of all the wakes, too. You can tell that I'm going the fastest just by that. And I'm the only one who doesn't wear a cap. I used to get shit for not wearing a cap. But then, my times got to be faster than the people giving me shit. And no one could give me any shit whatsoever. So I'm the only one that just wouldn't wear a cap. And, you know, I never really got any more shit for it after like a year because I was so fast, no one could really say, you gotta cut time, shave your head, or put on a cap. So I didn't have to wear one. He looks like he's drowning? I do? I looked like the opposite of drowning. That's literally me winning first place, dude. Zan, do you think you could have gone pro? Maybe. I think I had the talent for it, but I certainly didn't have the drive or passion for it. I was good at swimming, but I didn't enjoy doing it, you know? It's sort of like the reverse opposite I have with gaming, where it's like, I love video games. I suck at video games, though, low-key. So I don't have the talent when it comes to gaming, but I have the passion. With swimming, I had the talent, but I didn't have the passion, right? By the way, could you start your stream an hour earlier for your EU watchers? Understandable if not. I actually do plan to start them more like 3 hours earlier, believe it or not. Noon, like 12 p.m. PST is the ideal start time for me. I've just been needing to get my sleep schedule back to waking up like... God, I'd have to wake up at like 5 a.m. and go to bed at like 6 p.m. I've just got to shift my schedule around. It requires me going to bed early on a day I have off, so I don't have to worry about stream keeping me up. So, yeah. I do plan to do that, though. My schedule's just been a little shifted. My sleep schedule's not, like, awful or ruined. I stay up to, like, 11 or 10 p.m. sometimes, and that's late for me these days. Fuck, if that happens, I won't be able to catch many streams because work. You'll be able to catch the end bits of streams, and there's always videos, too. I live in Iran, and it's a nightmare for me to watch your stuff. Jesus Christ, Patchy, you live in Iran? Wait, that can't be real. Hold on, wait. Is it okay if I check, Patchy? Obviously, you have to be using a VPN, so I'll check and see if that's true. I just want to know if you're memeing me or not. I'm not gonna dox you or anything. I want to know. Yeah, it looks like you use a VPN, that's for sure. Okay. Yeah, you definitely use a VPN based on the places that your IP on the website has been associated with. Wow, okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna assume you're definitely from Iran. Damn, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking wild. You live in a country that very well may go to war with my country. That's fucking wild. I'm sorry. In advance, I'm sorry. If it happens, it won't go well, Patchy. I embrace you in my arms. I hug you. National boundaries and politics completely out of the way. I hug you, and I wish you well. And I apologize, because, good God, I really hope Iran does not go to war with America. It won't go well for either of us, probably, considering Iran's developing, yeah, Iran's developing nukes. They're trying to, at least. I've got an probably not even an eyelash. I think it's probably a beard hair stuck in my eye. I wish you luck, Patchy. But we love you here, okay? Obviously, we're not going to give you any shit because you live in a country that's, like, hostile to America. Anyway, Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Thank you. Said, Zan, help me. Phone banking is hard. I got a position as state region lead in PV while being a state research lead, but I'm still an introvert. Any tips on how to get better with my speech? Man, that's difficult. It's really a psychological thing at the end of the day, right? Like, it's a thing in your mind that holds back your physical ability to string together a sentence as effectively as if you're not nervous, right? At the end of the day, you have to, like, trick your brain into not being nervous. And what I did to kind of lose my nervousness was exposure therapy. You know, I guess a lot of my exposure therapy was the swim team, come to think of it, speak of the devil, you know, considering we were talking about earlier. But yeah, like lots of crowds yelling and watching you swim, and you're competing in front of a large group of people. You're like, frankly, you're wearing like practically nothing when you're on the swim team. You know, you're wearing like swim trunks at best, like the tight ones, and you're performing like sports in front of a big crowd. So I guess that was my exposure therapy, and that's why going into streaming, I don't really get nervous. Because the only thing that could make me feel nervous again is standing up on top of one of those blocks, about to do a 500 relay or some shit like that. Not a 500 relay, but you know what I mean, like a 400 relay, and I'm going first, and there's a big crowd, and I'm up there. You're practically in your underwear, pretty much. That's like the outfit that they have you wearing when you're swimming. So it's like, yeah. Trust me, that is the best exposure therapy, but unfortunately, I don't know if that's an option for you, Perry Icefire, so I just highly recommend, yeah, step out of your comfort zone, and talk to as many people as you can make an excuse to talk to. It only has to be, like, one word, and it only has to be one way for you to gain the, like, social experience points from it, you know? Like, wave, say hello, and good evening, good afternoon, good whatever to every person you pass. The best way is if you go to a restaurant or a store, that is the place to be talkative. Be polite. Ask your cashier who's checking out like your groceries how their day has been. When they tell you it's been good or all right, tell them, oh, I hope it continues to be good, and like wish them like a good day. If they're like a delivery driver, even if you're someone who stays home and just gets food delivery, make an effort to answer the door for the delivery driver and just simply say, have a good one, drive safe. That's what I always say to delivery drivers when I rarely, especially these days, get food delivery. I always say, have a good one, drive safe. And I smile and I wave. And it may not seem like anything really, and it doesn't feel like anything, but I know for a fact it's like exposure therapy to help to prevent social anxiety, because social anxiety can just develop if you don't socialize enough for too long. So you have to constantly like boost yourself, like give yourself like social interaction boosters, and being outgoing, faking being outgoing even, massively helpful. Oh shit, The anti-Semite lefties from Hasan'S community are coming into YouTube chat. Don't worry, buddy. We're gonna go ahead and drop the ban hammer on you. I assure you, your negative opinion on me does not matter in the slightest to me because you hate Jews, and my job is to piss off people who hate Jews and whatnot, so, you know. As someone who did deliveries for years, I can confirm that positive interactions with customers made my day a lot of the time. That's what's so nice about training your social skills. It's that when you have these positive interactions with people and you're just like training up your ability to resist social anxiety, those people benefit from it. It's a mutually beneficial relationship where like you're being nice and polite to people. Maybe the first person of the day, especially when you live in like a big city like I live in, Seattle, with the Seattle freeze, no one's social here. Dude, when I smile and like wish people like to have a nice day and stuff, and I'm just extra outgoing and you know, talkative with people who are like ringing up my groceries or whatever, I can tell it is one of the highlights of their day. And I benefit from it too, so it's really, I can't recommend that enough. I've been saying this for like years at this point. Looks like some Super Earth enthusiasm. Yeah, there's my my Super Earth flag right there. I certainly love it. I can't wait to play some Helldivers 2 again soon. I've been putting it off because I want to play when the Illuminate get added, but I might play sooner considering a lot of new stuff has been added. Now, I saw this awesome like black, blue, and gold armor suit in some gameplay recently, and I really want to cop that. I want it. Anyway, that's my advice, Perry Icefire, and I'm really happy to see you're getting involved. Thank you for the $5. Good luck phone banking. I hope my advice is able to help. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Said also they made a sequel to the Redneck Lord of the Rings video. Oh yeah, I saw. I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of mid. Oh, this is the Game of Thrones one. Okay. Yeah, this is a different one. They made a sequel, like a proper sequel to the Lord of the Rings one, and it felt rushed and mid. The lyrics were bad. I know it's AI anyway, so it's already like going to be pretty shitty, but the first one actually felt like the writing of the lyrics was well done, and that made up for it. In the second one, it was just so rushed, it didn't flow well at all. It was very, very clumsy, it felt like. It's clumsy to listen to, you know? Anyway, Game of Thrones, A Song of Rednecks. I already love this first screenshot here of the dragon alligator. Pretty cool.
Down in Wester Hollow where the country folk plot, Ned's king of the porch, but his seat's getting hot. John's the half-son.
Okay, this one's going well.
Santa's dreaming of a man whose teeth ain't all lost. Arya's in the yard swinging knives at a tree, and Bran's rolling around since he fell from...
Why does Brad look like the kind of dude who's on 4chan all day? Why'd they do this to him? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh yeah, the alligators. They fly now. Anyway. Thank you, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 e-dues. Very kind of you. It helps a ton. And another $5 from Pepper T21. Thank you. You are very pog, very kind. Said, thank goodness you're here. I need anti-cringe detox. Made the mistake of checking out how doomer Vosh is about Kamala, and he unironically said Democrats have become right of Bush on immigration. Yeah, man, I've been telling you guys this for a while, that, like, every, like, clout-having remaining lefty figure seems to have fallen to, like, hyper-populist, anti-Dem, Hassan shit, because that's what, like, has an audience right now. You'll notice, by the way, like, my channel's doing all right, but it's not skyrocketing, like Hassan or like, Vosh, I think, is growing again, right? He might be fucked after the thing, though. Regardless, like, the audience that exists on the left right now for online content is, like, deranged. Like, genuinely, like, Hassanified, yeah. They've been Hassanified. And so, I don't know, man. There's never been a market for nuance, is really all I have to say about it, right? What thing? When Vosh leaked his porn folder and it had Lolly and AI-generated horse smut in it, okay? That's the thing. I didn't want to have to, A, say it in so many words and express so much breath and have to mention such a depressing thing for the 15th time this month, you know? Yeah. It's a little depresso espresso, if I do say so myself. The poor horses. Well, the thing that's weird is that if it's AI generated, sure, but what is AI, like generative AI that makes images trained off of again? Like if you ask AI to produce you a horse, what was the AI trained off of to produce that image of a horse? Yeah, exactly, Galaxy Bomb. Vosh was based no longer. The West has fallen. Billions must cry. Anyway. Hey there, everybody. It is very good to have you here. Let me finish up reading donos and say hello to everybody, but good to have you here, Heavy Griddle. How you doing? What's up, what's up? Welcome as well, Slashy. I'll get to your dono in a minute. Don't worry. I saw you ask me to read that a second ago. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm reading them in order. Anyway. Thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I really do appreciate it, like I said before. And Perry Icefire again with the $20. Damn, thank you. Wow, that is extremely generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, Zan, please put this in segments. What is this? Trump disparages Harris as he visits a McDonald's in swing state, Pennsylvania. There's no way Trump actually prepared an order of fries. Would you eat the order of fries that Trump, like, scooped out of the fryer and, like, put into a thing? Would you eat that thing of fries? He didn't do anything to it. It's not, like, tainted by him in any way, probably. But, like, just out of principle, would you still eat it? What if he gave it to you for free? I'd eat it. I'm gonna be honest. I would totally eat those, like, directly, those Trump fries. Yeah, I'd eat them. Just to be able to say I did, and just to be able to rub that in the face of conservatives. Because imagine you meet a Trump supporter, and you tell them that you've eaten fries directly prepared by Trump himself, and you hate him, and they haven't. Come on, the clout. Like, and the being able to say, like, come on, you got to admit, when you really think about it, it's actually even better to do it. Yeah, it'd be a huge flex, exactly. He salts the fries with his hatred of Kamala. True, his own tears over the possibility of losing. You know what would be really cool? What if I started a business? Alright, listen, if I ever get really big and I start a business where I sell a product, hear me out. This would be the product that I produce. I wonder if this could be FDA approved. I would, like, hire Republican voters, like verified Republican voters, and they would be paid to cry all day, and then for their tears to be collected in flasks, and then to, like, have the tears, like, collected together into a big pool, and then, like, evaporate the water out to get the salt, and like, collect the salt, and then bag and sell it as conservative tear salt. You could also just bottle and sell the conservative tears too. That would be the only realm in which I start my own, like, business off of YouTube, like other content creators do. And that would be a product that would absolutely make sense. And you know what? It's a market that needs filling. It would be against the Geneva Convention as well. You know me, just casually bringing up ideas that could violate the Geneva Convention on stream. It's just another day for Zan. Zan's salty chud tears. You know what would be really fun? Oh, dude. You know what would be really fun? I wonder if this is legal, but like a man on the street type video where you get like doctors and nurses for people that volunteer in going into the polling station to have their hormone levels checked, particularly the men, and see if the conservative or liberal voting men have the highest testosterone counts in their blood. Because I'm going to guess, due to the fact that conservatives tend to, like, statistically, I think they eat a lot more junk food and processed foods. You know they're going to, and they also statistically tend to be more on the side of overweight. They're going to have lower testosterone. And it's going to be a really funny video when it turns out that on average, liberals are higher T than conservatives, which is already a known fact. So just make for a good video where you just get the look on the conservative's face when, like, the group of liberal guys tests higher T than the Republican guy, you know? Your business idea is a gay version of Chick-fil-A. Well, a gay version of Chick-fil-A would just be Chick-fil-A, but it's not homophobic. Chick-fil-A doesn't, like, brand themselves after being homophobic. That's just, like, behind the scenes. Dude, I'm still mad Goth IHOP isn't real, dude. If they make that real, that's where I'm getting breakfast every day. Maybe dinner, too. I love breakfast for dinner, dude. Ideally, though, it would be Goth Denny's. Because I like Denny's more than IHOP. But the meme was Goth IHOP. Yeah, they would use, like, charcoal to make the pancakes black. Like their soul. Dude, I spent my earlier teen years in IHOP. IHOPs are amazing. They are. I love breakfast food. That is where you should be spending all your time, eating breakfast food in either a Denny's or an IHOP. If you ever want to find me in a restaurant, it'll probably be a breakfast-themed restaurant, like a Denny's or an IHOP or something. Somewhere where I can get a grand slam. Eggs, bacon, toast, hash browns, maybe some pancakes if I'm feeling extra hungry on the side. Every weekend after Rocky Horror. Oh yeah, you know what's funny? I feel like Rocky Horror Picture Show is beloved among LGBT people and, like, my mom's generation. My mom's favorite movie when she was a kid was Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is, come to think of it, maybe questionable viewing for a child, considering the... I'm pretty sure the movie's a pretty high age rating. I mean, the contents of it is like, you are going to be turned gay in this mansion now. Welcome to the gayification mansion. And that's also a banger musical. The music is absolutely, like, banger, okay? I remember doing the time warp. Yeah. There are tits in it for sure, and there are even more tits in it when there's a live audience. That's funny. That's a good way to word it. I went to Rocky Horror back when I thought I was straight, and I ended up going back the next year. It was dope. Huh, cool, Cammy Whammy. I just like the music. It's a banger. Yeah, it turns you gay. It's like the movie itself is about a place that turns you gay, but then the movie turns you gay. I resisted it somehow, but... Listen, I don't know how many watches of Rocky Horror Picture Show I get while still being straight. Like, how many times do I listen to Time Warp before I lose my straight card, chat? You gotta tell me. How many more listens do I have? Anyway. Slashy, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. You are very based and very pog. Thank you. Sent a link to Twitter. Grums's Twitter. What did Grums do? No fucking shot. Bro's trying to grift off of Sonic.
They censored Sonic X Shadow Generations. Rouge covered up even more than last time. No more hand and face to a female. Can't have that. Fat shaming removed. Health and fitness have been fixed by lowering standards. I can tell you where this all comes from. Can we get a picture of Grums again? I can tell you where this all comes from. Western activist localization departments every time. Community notes coming in to say, but Sega still sell the old version is hilarious brain rot. This is why you should join community notes and not leave it to the lefties. Well, you kind of have to post the truth to be part of community notes, right? Well, maybe not, because it is Elon's site. I like that the top reply is just, no, Patrick. The changes in Sonic Generations have nothing to do with the woke. They rewrote some of the dialogue because people complained about how cheesy it was when the game changed. No, Patrick. I can't quite do it. I tried. I tried to do the impression. Thank you, though. I appreciate the $5 a ton. Thank you, thank you. Now, very quickly, let me update the Geno goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity. Because you guys are being awesome today. Thank you. Zan, you got a super chat. Oh, did I? I need to read that. Mr. Krabs, thank you so much for the $2. Says here, a meme that summarizes Trump and McDonald's. And then you sent it. Okay, here we go.
Rockets, just save it for my live stream in a couple of hours.
Red Rocket roll
Cyrus.
McDonald's. Let's really
Roll
quickly.
McDonald's.
Oh my God.
Roll
Nick, did you have something to say, sir? Sure. Sure. He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
Let me finish the chorus, okay? Rock and roll Listen, Nick, some of us like
Do you see how he tries? You understand, like, this is why I don't listen to you. Because you're just like, do this, do this, do this, until I don't do it.
Hey, keep behind the scenes.
I should do another Cyrus Bible story segment. I went on Cyrus's stream a while ago, and God, my hair's poofing up. And I did a telling of the story of Samson, and it was funny. It was fun. It was a good time. People seem to enjoy it over on Cyrus's channel, and I've been meaning to do that again because there's so many silly stories in the Bible that are just. It's so easy to tell the stories in the Bible in the most, like, not Bible way, and they become hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, so, next, his wives got him drunk. I would hope, like, blackout drunk, otherwise, has a lot to answer for here, but his daughters get him really, really drunk. Yeah. It's really easy to make it funny. His daughters. Yeah, did I say wives before? I thought I might have. I misspoke. My bad. McDonald's will make you fat. They serve quarter pounders. They will put pounds on you. That is a good lyric. Oh, did you guys see I was completely right about Nikocado Avocado doing a Fat Mac, by the way? Anyone who's watched me for, like, a while now might remember that I've said I believe Nikocado Avocado is going to just one day reveal that he's fit now, and that he's going to do, like, he's getting so big and getting famous for being so big so he can become fit and have it be a huge deal when he does for the clout of it. And I fucking called it. Like, years ago I called it, dude. I hope some of you here were around for me saying this and can confirm, because I was on the fucking money. Yeah, I must be an oracle. I've struck again with my future sight abilities, as you guys call it. A commenter on your recent Jill Stein video said he made a video to expose you. Damn, that's crazy. He's gonna have to get in line. Let's see it. Cyrus, I don't know if you've seen. Xanderhall confirms he wants to date a cat. Wait, wants the date a cat. Xanderhall confirm he wants the date a cat. I think this might be a troll post, considering it's not... The title is, a little grammatically incorrect, but okay, let's see. In his avatar, it is interesting. It's literally like, a femboy cat girl boy thrall from WoW. Goes hard. Goes hard as fuck. True. I don't know. Yeah, femboy, catboy, big titty thrall from WoW. It does go hard as fuck. It does indeed. I've been exposed. You gotta love how they all use clips of Xan. I think that was a meme post, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, my haters are deranged enough to consider that, like, a damning clip. However, I do think that's a meme post. But, like, yeah, a lot of hate, like, things about me usually have to dig back 2 or more years ago. Because typically, like, most hate stuff about me has never really been all that spicy, I guess, compared to the kind of shit that other people in the space do. So it usually has to be sort of like, let's go back as far as we can and make a big pile of things, you know? Because there's not like one big thing that you can focus on and it'd be like, well, fuck Xanderhall. It has to be like creating a narrative out of something. So it requires digging back a really far distance. That's probably why. Is Adam having sex with Eve technically masturbation since she came out of his rib? You could argue that, I guess, yeah. Why do people keep making sequels to Xanderhall is Not Your Ally? The original wasn't even good, and now people think they could make sequels not even by the same studio? Exactly, dude. It's become a cult classic. You know, the Xanderhall's Not Your Ally video released, and people didn't like it, but over time, you got to remember, I've got a very deranged hate like follower base. It gained its own cult following of fans. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's like The Room. That's actually the comparison I was making. I'm glad you picked up on it. Anyway, with that said, actually, should I grab a monster before I start the first segment of the day? I probably should. I probably should wake myself up fully before we start the first segment of the day, don't you think? Let's do that. Here, chat. Be patient. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to be stepping away for just a moment to run upstairs and grab myself a Monster Energy, wake myself up, and then we're going to be hopping right into segments. And boy, do I have some good ones for you guys today. I hope you're excited. I hope you guys are hyped. I will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Alrighty, I have returned. So guys, who here was here during the Walking Dead watch party the other day on Friday night? It was quite the fun time. We ended up actually watching 4 episodes instead of 3. We watched the first 3 episodes of the show, and then we followed it up with, because there is a Walking Dead spinoff that is itself 6 episodes, and it's just, like, every episode is a little standalone. It's like an anthology show. We watched 1 episode of that because it's its own little story, and people have had a lot of fun with it. People seem to really enjoy the Walking Dead watch party. We created some brand new Walking Dead fans, that's for damn sure, and it's beautiful to see. Because The Walking Dead was at one point the biggest show on TV, and now it's been a decade. It's somewhat forgotten by, some people who never ended up watching it back in the day, and especially younger people who were like kids when it came out and now they're adults. Man, it is so neat to see new people like watching the show blind and being like, holy fuck, where has this been? How did I not hear about this? There were a few people saying that. I've never seen a single scrap of that universe, and I'm okay with that. You're missing out, Roller Dragon. But nobody is ever open-minded to new things. It's a very common thing with media, where, like, half the time I have to say, like, a million times, you're gonna fucking love this, this is peak, this is, like, you're gonna be obsessed with this, and people are really resistant to it, and then I show it to them, and then they get obsessed with it. But, nonetheless, like, 90% of the time, people don't ever actually get into it. Like, they don't give it a chance, but that 10% of people who do always end up loving it, at least when I recommend stuff. Oh yeah, Roller Dragon, no, you're just proving my point. Every argument you make about why you don't want to try it just proves my point. I personally don't like anything live action film, but thanks to Xander Hall, I end up enjoying end up enjoying the stuff you show. Yeah, I also particularly just like watch party really good stuff. Sounds like me with recommending anime, Zan. One day you won't be a hater. I'm not an anime hater. I like anime to a degree. There's a good handful of animes I've seen and really like. Death Note, Attack on Titan. I really like Chainsaw Man. Cyberpunk Edge Runners goes hard. I'm excited to see... fuck, I don't want to spoil Chainsaw Man, but I had a big event in the comics, manga of Chainsaw Man spoiled for me, and that was what made me decide to watch it. Was finding out how a particular character dies. And it's so fucking metal. I was like... That goes so hard. Alright, let's watch episode 1 of Chainsaw Man now. And then me and Ethan watched episode 1. Based on my description of how the character dies, if you know it, then you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. My reaction to that was, that's insanely raw. I wish I could have been there for the watch party. Peepo's sad. I like how the main character is a MILF chaser. Yeah, it's pretty funny. No, Chainsaw Man is not slow. Chainsaw Man is so fast-paced that there is a meme in the, like, anime community called Chainsaw Man pacing, which refers to when something is insanely fast-paced and things are always happening. That's literally the term, Chainsaw Man pacing. Anyway, let's get right into the segments. Yeah, the best anime is King of the Hill. You're not wrong there. You're not incorrect. That is true.
Hello.
All right. Yo, Pepper221, thank you for the $5 dues as well. Thank you. Said, you, Surus, soon because a friend of Surus told me he's not sure you're still friends, but also the person who told me is not a fan of you, so they might be starting shit. I'm unsure. Sorry if they are. I just haven't, like, super been on Discord lately talking to other content creators all that much lately, so I can understand if Surus doesn't, like, know what status we're in. I just haven't really been talking to other content creators as much, and I've been a little aloof on Discord for a while now. A lot of it just has to do with the, like, ever since the Keffels drama, I've been a lot less online in general, and frankly, I've been happier for it, so I haven't really spent as much time, like, on Twitter. I mean, I haven't posted on Twitter in, like, months now, so that's pretty clear. I'm not, like, ghosting anybody, it's just I'm not online as much anymore, and it's way better off. Holy shit. It's so much, like, the only negative part of being a content creator was dealing with, like, the social, like, interactions and whatnot with other creators online, and I've stopped doing that as much, and it's made being a content creator far more fun for me, at least. So I'm not, like, ghosting anybody, it's just, yeah. Ever played No Man's Sky, by the way, Xander Hall? The game has become everything it was promised to be. I tried it, and it just wasn't for me. It was after it got engoodened and stuff. I just couldn't get off the first planet. I kept dying to the environment. It spawns you, like immediately on a timer dying, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I've died 5 times now. I still don't know what to do. The game's not giving me guidance, and this isn't fun. I don't like any games on a timer. I hate when anything is on a timer in games because I can't chill and just relax and enjoy it. So I uninstalled the game and never played it again, and that was years ago. My advice to the creators of No Man's Sky: don't start new players on a planet where they will die in like a minute if they don't know exactly what to do. Because that is an easy way to lose me as a player immediately, before I even, like, know the fundamental mechanics. Plus, I had a shitty computer back then, and the loading times between deaths were insane, so I really just could not stand, like, the repeated deaths to, like, trial by error, learn the game. It was like, nah, bruh. And then when I tried to look up a guide, oh my god, when I tried to look up a guide, every time you start the game, you start on a different kind of fucked up planet that wants to kill you with its environment. So you cannot watch a guide that guaranteed tells you what you need, because maybe you're on a planet that's like sulfur dioxide gas everywhere and you're dying from that, but you need a specific mineral and you have to do a thing with it to make it into breathable air from the air that's on the planet. And it's a different process depending on what kind of planet you're on, which is a cool idea, but I was like, well, fuck me, I guess. This is my experience with Terraria, exactly. Damn, really? I dropped Resident Evil 0 because it started with a timer thing on a train. I'm glad I'm not the only one who, like, the second anything in a game is put on a timer, it's like, well, this game just lost a point from me in quality. Like, oh, I hate anything on a timer in games. It's like, nice, artificial difficulty that's just meant to make you have to do something fast and fail over and over again if you're too slow. There's nothing fun about that. Unless it's, like, optional content. I do like it when it's optional content, like race side missions for, like, getting, say, like, a gold medal or something. I like that. But you do like Helldivers? I don't like the time limits in Helldivers. It's one of my biggest drawbacks in the game. Every time I, like, lose a really good mission and a lot of samples to the timer running out, it's, like, the most, wow, I didn't lose due to a skill issue. I lost because the devs don't give you enough time to pick up everything. Yay. I didn't die to an enemy too many times and die to a skill issue. I died to a timer running out. It's like, it doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why Dark Souls is a fun type of difficulty. You get, like, infinite amounts of time to master it, right? Like, you just keep trial and erroring, pretty quick resets for your fails to get right back into it, and there's not a timer. I'm sure there's a fight or two that's kind of low-key on a timer, but I don't remember any. Did Helldivers ever fix the issue of causing so much heat? That game cooks my PC more than any other. I never noticed anything like that, Queen of Gravel, but maybe. Yeah, the 40-minute timer is pretty generous, but when you're trying to find those super samples, dog, trust me. Trust me, bro. Those super samples. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Oh. If you're using a water cooler, by the way, then chances are, I don't know if you use IQ, you might have to update that. That program kind of helps to coordinate your like RGB, your like motor and cooler for your water cooler and stuff like that. So if you're not updating that software, then sometimes it can like not perform optimally. And so I highly recommend upgrading those drivers if you use them. Anyway. Thank you for the $5. Like I said before, Pepper T21. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you, very kind. Let me update the dono goal really fast, and then it's time for us to start the first segment of the day. No more lollygagging. As the guards in Skyrim like to say. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. This is gonna be a fun segment for me. You guys know. You guys know I always love an excuse to talk about this because it pisses off the worst of the worst people in the online left and makes them hate me, which is, it feels like healing. And on top of that, it allows me to talk about a genuine problem in the online left, and people just aren't willing to accept it's a real problem. And the fact that now, especially, more people are calling it out, God, it makes me happy. It's so cathartic. It's so fucking cathartic, dude. I love it. Anyway, as I was saying, I despise Hassan Piker. It wasn't always this way. I never thought he was like the shining beacon of lefty figure, like thought figures or whatever, but I never hated him originally. I actually was very charitable to him, even though he would sometimes say some pretty iffy things. For example, things like America deserves 9/11, a real quote that he said. I played devil's advocate for these things because I thought I understood what he meant by it. And, you know, he's a big figure. He does good for the left. He's got massive appeal. He's huge. He's got a big audience. He's getting a lot of attention. So surely, Hassan, you know, even if he's not perfect, not really worth attacking, right? And I defended this idea for years. You can go back and see. People might even one day start calling me hypocritical for it, because there was a point where I did not hate Hassan and even played devil's advocate for him. But it is true. I did. That slowly but surely began to change as Hassan's politics began to dip away from talking about social issues relevant to politics in America, which is where I find he shines and has the least problematic opinions. I generally don't disagree with him on, like, domestic policy, to be honest. But then he started dipping into foreign policy, in large part due to the war in Ukraine and the conflict in Israel, Gaza, and what's now kind of escalated to everything around Israel now, pretty much, in large part due to Israel loving to escalate things, because that's what Israel does. They escalate. But yeah, with that aside, a lot of foreign policy talk. Now, at first, I thought, okay, well, you know, sure, all right, cool. But then Hassan decided to start talking about the rumors, or I should say, basically confirmed leaks of the coming invasion in Ukraine. First, he started saying it wasn't going to happen, and everyone's saying that it was. We're war hawks, and, like, gloating about every day that the mainstream media and the Ukrainian Nazis, that was a big talking point back then, were, like, lying about Russia. Meanwhile, like, tanks and bases and fucking blood bags are being shipped to the border, and And slowly, as he gets proven wrong over and over again, he has to walk it back, but somehow manages to backpedal to a worse and more indefensible position every time, at one point outright defending the annexation of Crimea and the invasion of Ukraine. Basically just outright doing everything that I've criticized him for a while now, on repeat, which is it's okay for other countries to do imperialism as long as it's not America. The core is always just America bad, you know? And so Hassan has since then kind of gained a brand around the America bad realm of politics, and it's gotten him to the point where he's just constantly posting cringe, like really bad. And if you don't believe me, then I'm going to show you this video. Ethan Klein posted this yesterday. It's getting a lot of traction, and it's causing a lot of discussion. You see, Ethan Klein and Hassan used to do a podcast called Leftovers that came to an end because due to their disagreement on Israel and Palestine, Hassan's audience harassed Ethan Klein nonstop, and his family, obviously, and everyone else associated with him, until he decided, I'm not doing this podcast with the guy anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. It's over. And it ended. Mind you, Ethan Klein is not, like, pro-Israel genocide on Palestinians. I have seen multiple clips now of Ethan Klein criticizing the IDF, criticizing Israel, calling what is happening to the Palestinians a genocide, talking about how bad it is. The issue they have with him is that he talks about it with nuance. He is from Israel. Well, I think he lived in Israel for a time. His wife is from Israel, and the people in Hassan's audience were outright being anti-Semitic to Ethan's wife. Not Hassan. Did I say Hassan's wife? Ethan's wife. They were being anti-Semitic to her because she was born in Israel, and because of that, she was in the IDF because of the compulsory military service. And he has family from Israel too. I believe his family's from Israel, but he was born in America, did a time, stayed in Israel, and then came back to America, if I understand right. I don't know the full lore. It's been a while. But regardless, that's my understanding. Now, Hassan has, since this all happened, progressively gotten more and more anti-Semitic. Now, when I say this, I am not mincing words. I'm going to be showing you this video from Ethan Klein in a minute that's going to get across what I'm talking about here. But when we think of anti-Semitism, one of the worst things that the Nazis and Hitler did among their genocide was also making it such that when people think of anti-Semitism, they think white supremacy. That, like, white supremacists are the ones who are anti-Semitic. When in reality, Jewish people have had conspiracy theories made about them, have been enslaved, genocided, and oppressed, going back thousands of years, and mostly not by white people from, like the U.S. certainly, you know, like the, or even like in like Western Europe, like, or Eastern Europe, like most of the. Like, there is a lot of different forms of anti-Semitism, and one of them has been around for a long time, and that has been in the Middle East. There has been a long issue where some, keyword some, I don't even know if it would be most, Arabic people in the Middle East are anti-Semitic due to religious beliefs. And that idea is one that's surprisingly, like, looked past on the left, it seems. Especially now when you consider that, like, Israel and its actions militarily have fueled that fire to a degree that, like, unimaginably so. I'd actually wager to say, with Sneeko especially, that, like, it's not white supremacists that are some of the largest and most outspoken anti-Semites now. It would be people making excuses for Islamic terror and enabling Islamic terror groups. And Hassan has fallen into at least the far margins, if not further in than you might expect, of that area. Anti-Semitism is not unique to, like, white nationalist Nazis, okay? We're going to be looking at a very different new brand, not even a new, but a to many people, new brand of anti-Semitism today, and that is what Ethan Klein is calling out. It is not criticism of Israel, mind you. It is anti-Semitism. Now watch. Let's get into this. I've seen the video, by the way. I've already seen this. This is not a first-time watch for me.
Hello, everybody. It's Ethan Klein from my basement. Beautiful Friday evening. My kids just went to sleep, and I opened Reddit to browse my community, who I love so well. And at the top of the subreddit is this very lovely clip entitled, "Just a Casual Panel Provided by Twitch."
Okay. Now, if you don't know, Hassan is not on stage here. Well, he kind of is. Technically, he is on stage here. You'll see in a moment what I mean by that. But he is not physically, literally, in flesh and blood on that stage. But you may recognize the people who are on that stage as Hasan'S orbit. Like his orbit. Obviously, you've got, fuck, what's her name? Shit, how am I blanking on her name right now? Frogan. It's Frogan. I always think like Froggen or whatever, like in reference to Pepe the Frog, because Twitch streaming and Pepe the Frog tied together. Frogan, more like Froyo, you know, like Froyo yogurt, kind of pronounced like that. Frogan, who's like his main mod and like one of the biggest orbiters of Hasan's sphere. Denims, who I used to be friends with, and when I helped her set up her stream, which I did do, by the way, I in a way you could argue I created, I unleashed her upon Twitch. As I helped her learn OBS and set up her stream format, she specifically told me she wanted her stream to just be exactly Hasan's layout. I was like, really? Like you just want like one-to-one exactly, like using the same like chat thing, like just using Chatterino, but you just clip it and put it above your just exactly Hasan's setup. And if you look at her stream, it might be changed now, but it was just exactly Hasan's setup, like exactly Hasan's. And I always found that quite funny. Anyway, this is Hasan's orbit. This is like 100% like Hasan's sphere, and they're on stage right now, I think at TwitchCon, if not some Twitch affiliated event. Oh yeah, no, they're at TwitchCon, I guess. Oh yeah, it is October. TwitchCon would be happening now. And this panel is sponsored by Capcom, Chevron, and Samsung. I just want you to know that before we watch this, okay? It's fucking crazy.
Twitch at their con broadcasted on their official channel. What is it? Well, it's a panel hosted by Frogan and 4 of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra.
So, if you don't know, Sabra is a very popular hummus brand in the Middle East, I believe, notably very popular in Israel, and apparently, it's like, God, what is something analogous in America to like how common, like you can't go into a house in Israel and not find some Sabra hummus, okay? It's like, it's just everywhere, right? So Sabra, in this context, the love Sabra thing means Jew. Thinks it's a slur is in reference to a word that thankfully I can say on YouTube, cracker. So this is white, like white people would think cracker is a slur. Asks perms, I don't know what this is a reference to. Asks perms for a chat or something? I don't know. And then the top is Arab. Like Arab is like S tier. Like we're actually rating streamers based on what race they're coded for. That is what's happening here, or what like ethnicity or whatever they're coded with. It's going to get really funny in a second here, too.
Sabra is a very popular hummus brand. I know in Israel, it's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher. They're an American company, but they've been the subject of the pro-Palestine.
Yeah, Sabra itself is actually a kosher food company, but their most popular product is like a little tub of hummus. So it's literally a kosher food company. They make... So, like, if the love Sabra thing means loves kosher food, it's dog whistling Jews. This is like lefty dog whistling to mean Jew. Like the right has the echo sign, and I guess the left now has Sabra lovers. Like, what the fuck? This is endorsed by Twitch and 3 massive companies on stage at a panel on TwitchCon. This is the state of Twitch politics. Yes, the left seems to be dominating it right now, but it's this brand of leftism. You guys see why I want nothing to do with this, right? You guys see why I could see this coming from miles the fuck away. And there has been a reason I've been calling these people out for like years now, even with massive pushback from some of you guys, because there was only one way where their rhetoric could go, and it was here. And here it is. It gets worse, though, guys. It gets even funnier, too.
Boycott. I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad. I mean, I'm having a hard time seeing this any other way. And what's crazy is that I've been suspecting that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. Obviously,
they do.
It started with Hassan platforming Houthi terrorists and showing unfettered terrorist propaganda on his channel. But now,
my favorite thing about that was when, before Hassan brought that guy on, someone in the chat asked him, are you really going to bring a Houthi terrorist or a Houthi rebel on stream? And he said, yeah, man, of course. I'm a journalist. What are you talking about? This is my job. I'm a journalist. This is what I'm supposed to do. And then he brought him on stream, and he was like, yeah, hell yeah, Houthis, yeah, woo, woo, you're doing great. You're doing what Luffy would do. And then after he got shit for it, he started saying, how do you even know he was a Houthi? He was just a random teenager from Yemen. You guys are just out there wishing death on this random teenager from Yemen, when before he even brought the dude on for an interview, he was defending doing it because talking to a, and I quote, Houthi rebel is part of his job. And so he's walked that back because now it looks too bad to even admit he platformed a terrorist. But he did. Hassan's just a liar.
They've unbanned Sneeko.
Down with the Yahood! Down with the Yahood!
They did, in fact, unban Sneeko recently. And if you don't know what Yahood means, that is Arabic for Jew, I believe. So, yeah. This is that brand of anti-Semitism I opened the segment talking about. Not the white nationalist kind. A different kind. Because for some reason, I genuinely don't know why. It might just go back to Bible times, like when there's supposed to have been like 5,000 people on the planet or something. I don't know why, but like anti-Semitism is like it's like the first brand of bigotry that every like culture around the world develops for some reason. It's like, you know who we should discriminate against? The Jews. Why? Why? Every time? Why? I'm actually asking.
And they've just unbanned Fresh and Fit this week.
Of course.
These are 2 of the most prolific Jew-hating...
For those that don't know, Myron Gaines is like the most racist black man to ever live, maybe. Candace Owens gives him a run for his money, but it's a big stretch. I believe he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's Haitian. And he hates black Americans. Like, he believes that as a black man whose ancestors were not taken to America via the slave trade, it means that his ancestors were Sudanese, my bad. He believes that his ancestors were superior, and that's why they were not sold into slavery, and thus that is why in his view, black Americans are racially inferior to black non-Americans because of this like mindset of superiority he has. It's not even colorism. It's like or originism or something. I don't even know. He has like a conspiracy about how not being from America makes him a superior Afrocentrism. Would that be the term for it? I don't even know. The dude is fucking deranged. Of course Twitch just unbanned him. Like, Twitch's policy right now legitimately seems to be, you can be a full-on neo-Nazi as long as you are... I'm gonna say it. Twitch's policies are insane right now. It seems like you're allowed to be a full-on neo-Nazi as long as you're a person of color. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in Nick Fuentes because of his last name, even though Spanish last names are like Spaniards were white. Like Fuentes originates from Spain, that name. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they bring him back too. Like it seems it's so bizarre. Like what the fuck is happening right now? These content creators are at their peak of bigotry, and Twitch is bringing them back. That's going to get clipped, but Xan is spitting facts. I don't care if it gets clipped. I'm getting clipped constantly. I'm pretty sure I've had 5 deranged hate videos made about me in the last month alone, dude. Like, you're going to get shit if you're correct all the time. That is, like, possibly the biggest truth on the internet I have found. We're in a day and age where there are so many grifters out there desperate to, like, shut down anyone who calls out, like, the popular narrative that they're able to make money off of, that of course you're going to get shit talked if you have a nuanced take. That's the internet, dude.
Creators on the entire internet. And these are the two they've targeted to bring back. Now, taking this all in account, here's an officially sanctioned event at TwitchCon. Let's take a look at it and see what exactly is Twitch endorsing here.
Okay.
It's the perfect transition to our first person, Hassan.
Yeah.
This one's funny.
Gee, I wonder where they're going to put Hassan. I'm going to guess they're going to put him in Arab.
Hassan is Turkish, but he's a brother,
Yeah.
you know? So,
Yeah, I think he'd be on Arab coded.
I mean, I would put him in Arab, to be honest.
I would put him also in Arab.
Which is great.
Man, who could have guessed that the content creator that all these figures circulate would put Hassan at the absolute top? Okay. Can I just tell you why it is so funny for Hassan, a Turk, to be put in the Arab category? Now, for one, Turks aren't Arabs, so there's that. But also, on top of that, back in World War I, when the Ottoman Empire was a thing, they ruled, like, the entire Arabian Peninsula, like almost entirely, and with an iron fist, too. Mind you, like, they literally genocided the Armenians during this time. That was the Ottoman Empire, which was Turkey. So the idea that Hassan, I don't know, it's just funny, you know, to put Hassan the Turk in Arab coded, you know, when you consider, you know, it's just a little funny, guys. I'm just saying the history makes it a little funny. It's a little silly. It's a little funny. It's almost like political content creators don't fucking know history.
Yeah, I think he'd be on Arab coded.
I mean, I would put him in Arab, to be honest.
I would put him
No
also
way.
in Arab.
Which is great. That's the good one. That's the one you want.
Austin. Let's go down the line.
He's Arab.
Arab.
He's Arab.
Arab.
He's
He's
Arab. Lebanese. Like,
Yeah.
Austin Show? I think it's because Austin Show is like the clouded guy who does all the big Twitch shows, and if you want to get clout, you go on Austin's like events he hosts.
Good job. Good job,
Can't bite
Austin.
the hand that feeds you on
Next
Twitch.
person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
Oh boy.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's
Oh, Jewish.
Dude, where's the? You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
stand up.
We're very proud of you, Denim, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it. And maybe I...
Dude. Oh, sorry. I sped up the video a bit by holding on the screen. Dude. This is Twitch doing endorsing some of the largest political streamers on their platform. How is Twitch allowing this shit? This is TwitchCon. This is a Twitch-endorsed panel. Twitch has, like, made a stage at TwitchCon, their event, where they have put these creators on stage at a scheduled panel that people specifically went to TwitchCon to go to. This was, like, part of their events that are, like, this is one of the things that people went to TwitchCon for. When we talk about Twitch being, like, truly, truly cooked right now, this is what I mean. Like, this is where Twitch is at right now, both as a platform culturally and as, like, a company. Okay, but seriously, what is this Arab supremacy shit? I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude. I don't know. I guess it's just, like, the fucking Israel shit gave, like, the perfect in for this, like, weird, like, fucking brain rot. Like, on the right, you've got these, like, pseudo-fake Muslim Nazi dudes like Sneeko, and on the left you've got like just everybody trying to say, oh, if you are any country in the Arabic Peninsula, then you get to have carte blanche to do war crimes, I guess, as long as you're not America. I don't know. Or as long as you're not Israel, which is backed by America. Like, it's some weird line of politics, I think. It's just the America bad stuff. I don't even think... Here's the thing about this. With the Nazis, it's so clear that they just, like, desperately hate Jews. Like, they are insane. With the lefties, though, I'm not sure I would jump to assuming the people on the stage are anti-Semites, you know? I've hung out with Denham's IRL. I don't think she's an anti-Semite. I didn't get that vibe from her. Like, she definitely wasn't talking about, like, hating the Jews when we were hanging out. So I can confirm, you know, it didn't seem that way. What it seems like is a desperate desire to oppose America at every turn is eventually going to make you say and agree with some pretty awful or stupid stuff if once in a blue moon America is doing a good thing, right? Like if America backing basically engaging in a proxy war ends up being a good thing, then opposing it as a principle ends up looking cringe. And usually America, like paying another country and basically engaging in a proxy war is a bad thing. But in the case of Ukraine, it's very much not. And so they look dumb. In the case of like foreign policy military action in the Middle East, America has done a lot of fucked up shit. So people do default to a pretty negative opinion on any support for Israel or any military action in the Middle East. But sometimes it's justified, sometimes it's good. And when you oppose it as a principle, kind of end up looking dumb. Sometimes it might even lead you to doing a little bit of an anti-Semitism if you take it too far. You just can't push an idea as a principle with no concern for context or like possibilities that you're wrong. It just if you push for the same thing always, no matter what, and don't care if you're wrong, you end up doing this basically. Well, now wait till Hassan finds out about the U.S. backing the Mujahideen to fight his precious USSR during the 80s. Well, that's he knows. I assure you, he knows. That's kind of where the quote that's so famous I quoted came from before. Brave Mujahideen warrior, eye socket. I forget what the quote was, but it was funny. That was actually Hassan. That was a rare Hassan W in that case.
For bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it. And may I point out here, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung.
Endorsed.
Do you know that there is an Arab to Jew tier list happening in front of your sponsor? And you guys were so kind to sitting right in front of them. Chevron, Samsung, and Capcom. By the way, a bit of irony. I love that they're boycotting hummus and sitting in front of a Chevron logo. Like, yeah, I wonder which one's doing more damage. Okay. We know Twitch is like, plays favorites with everything.
Well, like, Twitch streamers, like the big lefty Twitch streamers, are unironically the most, like, if anyone is, what's so hilarious is they love using the term controlled opposition. It's a very common lefty term, right? Like, oh, the Democrats are controlled opposition. They're actually right-wing, and they're actually fascist and in favor of all the bad stuff, but we're forced to believe that they're our only real option. This is why you shouldn't vote, like that kind of thing. It's like, it's ironic they call other lefties who are not as, like, Kool-Aid drink as them, like, haven't drank the Kool-Aid as much as them, like controlled opposition. They're very quick to it. And yet these are content creators who make an immense amount of money off of an Amazon-owned platform. And they go to TwitchCon to do a panel, and behind them as they do their lefty panel are like 3 of the largest corporations ever sponsoring their event. And it's like, man, if that's not controlled opposition, like, you can't be calling anybody else controlled opposition if that isn't, okay? Like, Jesus Christ.
If they were really serious about anti-Semitism, Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, would never have been brought back to the platform. It's just a no-brainer, right? But they were welcomed back with open arms. And I mean, their whole platform essentially for the past year has just been anti-Semitism. I'm not even kidding. And that's literally...
Jesus Christ, I think we've got a Hassan fan in chat. Killing babies by starving them. Also, if we send a box to you and it explodes, you'll cry and call it terrorism. Shows what psychos you are. You'll be claiming to own the air and water next. Oh wait, you're just Nazis with different branding. See, this is how these people get, like, suckered into this mindset. Yeah, of course I banned them. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. Of course I banned them. They're a retard. But yeah, like they get brain fucked by this idea that America is always evil, and like they're literally pro-terrorism because they don't believe that when America refers to a group as a terrorist group, it's accurate unless it's a domestic terrorist group, I guess. I guess you rarely see Hassan or these people arguing with the U.S.'s classification of the KKK as a domestic terrorist group or the Proud Boys. You rarely see them contest that, but they call the Houthis a terrorist group, and it's like, no. And then in the example, they say, oh yeah, if they send a box that explodes, you call it terrorism. It's like, yes, if you try to blow up civilians in a post office, then it's terrorism. That is what that is. Trying to kill civilians to incite terror is indeed terrorism.
Literally all they talk about.
Jesus.
I don't know what to say. You know, I've kind of been put in this position where, like, I watch this clip and I'm like, what the fuck am I actually watching? This is mad. I need to say something.
To be fair, America called Nelson Mandela a South African anti-apartheid fighter a terrorist. That's true. America's not always right. Like I said, once in a blue moon. Did I not say that earlier? Like, America is generally not very good with its foreign policy, because generally, I mean, we've had some good stints of Democrats leading things. It's not perfect when we have Dems in power, but man, when Republicans are running things, it's a fucking nightmare. Trump just unprovoked randomly fucking bombed world leaders. So yeah, the idea that American foreign policy is like it's not a thing. Like, American foreign policy isn't this stable, stationary thing you can point to and label through and through bad and have that be a sticking statement. Our country and its administrations change constantly. What the people want, what the administrations want, changing constantly, and what is popular often dictates what politicians can realistically do when there are elections coming up. Like, American foreign policy is so much more complicated than any of these content creators will ever allow you to believe, because they rely financially on you people, I mean the viewers, believing that it is simple enough that they can just say this side good, this side bad, and leave the conversation there. Because if it's more complicated than that, then they have to do research. And oh my God, there's nothing that content creators like Hassan fear more than being put in a situation where they have to do research on or off stream and not just talk out of their ass. That is their biggest fear, is being forced into a situation where they have to do something other than talk out of their ass. Hassan especially.
Chevron, Samsung, and Capcom, they deserve to know. You know, I know Capcom put in a Shmuley the Rabbi in the next Street Fighter game, who attacks with the dreidels and throws foreskin. So they are very in touch with the Jewish identity. So we're going to have to ask them. That's it. Enjoy the weekend. I know there's going to be lots of obfuscating and excuses for this video. And
wait, hold on. Why do Nazis always say that, like, Jews killed Jesus? Because for one, Jesus was Jewish, so it's not like it would have been like some, like, Jewish on not Jewish hate crime. And on top of that, wasn't it really done by, like, Catholic Romans? Weren't they the ones that killed Christ? I thought it was, like, Romans, who were very much Christian at the time. Yeah. So Nazis are just, like, so off base in that respect, right? Like, they're They're just, like, retarded on their own lore. This is gonna get clipped? No, I'm responding to someone in chat talking about how, like, the Nazis claim that, like, the Jews killed Jesus or whatever. And it's like, no, it's actually the other way around. Jesus was the Jewish person that was killed by non-Jewish people. Like, wait, what? Zan, what the fuck? That's completely wrong. Wait, am I wrong here? Because I'm going off of what chat's saying. Wait, was it not Romans? It was pre-Catholic Romans. Well, yeah, but weren't they still Christians? Wasn't it Roman Christians? I guess it wouldn't be. Catholics, yeah. They were pagan. Yeah, so like pre-Christians, I guess. Regardless, fucking anti-Semitism. It's always been stupid, and here's another situation in which they base their logic for it off of falsehoods, you know? It's just always this fucking bizarre conspiracy theory, and whenever people believe in bizarre, crazy conspiracy theories, like it always ends at anti-Semitism. It's actually perfect because later in the stream we're talking about flat Earth, and I guarantee you for half the flat Earthers that have a platform online right now and have any clout, they're also Nazis. And their flat Earth belief leads to the JQ. They believe the Jews are the ones pushing the idea that the Earth is round. And that is going to be a segment with Candace Owens later on in the stream. So, like, it's every insane conspiracy theory, left or right. Like, whenever people want to find some, like, cabal or group to, like, scapegoat or put blame on, it's always the Jews. I don't get it. What'd they do? Who'd they piss off?
You know, let's be real, guys. Let's just look at this optically. Imagine this flipped. Super Jew and colonizer on the bottom, right?
Dude, my left eye, you know the Roman Empire lasted, like, a really long time, and their religion, like, changed over time based on, like, leadership changes and stuff. So I'm guessing at the time when they killed Jesus, they would have been pagans. But, like, the Romans, like, early Roman Empire to late Roman Empire, spiritually, very different. Very different with their spiritual beliefs.
And I go, Frogan, we know where she goes. She goes to the bottom. Like, let's be fucking real, okay? No one else would get that treatment. So don't even try to pretend or act like this is some innocent little mistake and that one of the guys there is Jewish. I just don't care. I'm glad you have a Jewish friend. That's very nice. But at the end of the day, let's get real, okay? Get your shit together.
Yeah. So basically, calling out the double standard. If you swapped the situation here, and you had like Ethan Klein doing the same thing, like rating like content creators from like let's say like Zionist to Hamas supporter, and he happened to rank like the way, like you like using the sort of same level of euphemism that they used, not even making it what, like, you know, just making it 1-to-1, right? It's just like you could never get away with it if you flipped the scenario. It's like right on its face. You're like, oh yeah, that's horrible. So it's very clear that you flip the situation, doesn't change anything. It's bad regardless. Jesus. I really do want to let you guys know, though, there is a silver lining, okay? There is one silver lining. Hassan is shrinking. Not literally. I mean, I'm sure he's probably, like, still working out. But, I mean, his content and his platform is shrinking. Last I checked, it wasn't really growing. It was actually just slowly bleeding out, and he's been complaining about it on LSF and stuff. He's gotten a lot more attention lately, like, since then, so he might be back to growing, but I do believe that Hassan, in getting so radical and enabling such awful beliefs, while he is going to experience a loud, burst of support, as this gets a little bit bigger and gets more attention, I think Hassan's probably going to burn himself out. Like, and his own audience out as well. I think he's going to fall off, like, in the coming years. Probably by the next election. Maybe I'm wrong, but if Hassan doesn't stop pushing for such radical politics, I mean, right now, the majority of his fans, I'd be willing to bet, are probably college age at the oldest, and they're gonna mature outside of, like, political LARPing age, and they're gonna age out of Hasan's content. It's a big part of why Hassan doesn't really have a lot of staying power, is that he's like a Mr. Beast of politics, right? Like, he blows up big, sure, but people are going to grow out of his content once they get a bit older and more mature, right? It only really lasts so long. It can only be, like, that method can only make you successful for so much, right? Same goes for the conservative chud grift, right? Where it can only last so long. Eventually it burns itself out. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment, found it entertaining or even educational, then please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up boosts my content in the algorithm, whether I'm live or it's a VOD or a video going up on its own. The likes push my content in the algorithm out to more people, and it really does help a ton. I really do appreciate it. Commenting as well goes to boost the channel and the algorithm. I really love the comments. I also like reading your comments to hear what you guys think. It helps to drown out the amount of deranged comments from people who, like, watch a video and then leave a different comment for every complaint they have. I always leave them there, though, because that is extra engagement, but still, it's always nice to have the nice comments down there. So tell me what you think. Subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to turn on all notifications so that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, follow my social medias linked down below in the description. And if you want to be a part of the main hub of my fan base and community, consider joining my fan Discord. It's totally free to join. It goes hard as fuck. I announce all my new uploads, streams, and content on my Discord server, and I do watch parties, gaming events, and call-in streams there. So make sure you join. You don't want to miss those things. Finally, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless, thank you for your support, and as always, have a good one. I hope to see you again. Oh, man. I had to burp so bad there. Holy shit. Finally finished up the outro. Zan, do you think Destiny is falling off or growing in your opinion? Definitely growing. I think in large part due to the Hassan shit. Like, while Hassan is getting a more fanatical audience than ever, he is losing the normal people in his audience. And those normal people looking for something to fill the gap are going to Destiny. So Destiny's actually been, like, massively hoovering up ex-Hassan fans. And Hassan knows this, and he's so fucking mad about it. Like, immeasurably so. And I really don't have much negative to say about Destiny right now, because he's mostly just been focused on shitting on Trump. Like, because the election has been coming up for months now. He's just mostly been shitting on Trump, so I don't really have much to complain about with him right now. And if Hassan fans are moving from Hassan's, like, don't vote ass over to Destiny, who's just shitting on Republicans all day now, then it's an upgrade. Camera out of focus. My camera right now is out of focus. Let me configure the video. No, it's not out of focus, I don't think. No, it's... I don't have autofocus on, and it's, the focus thing is off. So it's just basic, like, no blurring of the background. Yeah, the camera seems fine, Ride the Rails. Hell yeah. That is not happening, lol. Daniel Payne, you know you can just Google the numbers, right? Like, why not just Google Social Blade and look at Destiny's Social Blade and compare it to Hasan's? Like, you can just look at it. Like, I'm not guessing. He gets 1,000 viewers on Kick. Oh man, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing that people used to do when I'd stream on Twitch. There would be times when I'd have like 1,000 people watching me on YouTube, and then I'd have like 20 viewers on Twitch because I dual stream, and then some like hater would join in to Twitch chat and say, only 20 viewers, wow, dead stream. And I'd just be like, yeah, man, you destroyed me. I'm absolutely annihilated right now. You did the thing, Daniel Payne. But not to me. You did it to somebody else. Which is pretty funny to see it happens to other people too. Why do you support genocidal ethno-states? Oh, Nero. Here's the thing about that, though. I don't. And you also know that I don't. And that's how I know that you know you're a troll. And that's why you're gonna get yeeted. Hey, I recommend you consider hating Jews a little less, by the way. Hopefully, you grow out of your anti-Semitism phase. If you're in Texas, get out and vote tomorrow indeed. Good advice, Redo. The Hassan fans found YouTube chat. Well, whenever you make lefty content online, every once in a while, I've got to put out, like, an anti-Hassan video, or his fans, like, accumulate. You gotta occasionally purge them, you know? So I always love to do the occasional Hassan hate video, because they come into chat, they come into the comments, and we're able to purge them. Because good God, you do not want to build your community on a foundation of people that watch Hassan, or, like, just... or woke scolds, or just any awful side of the left. You don't want to be beholden to those people. It's not good. And it's easy to, like, blow up and get a ton of fans and then forget about that, and then it bites you in the ass. See, every once in a while, you gotta inoculate your community. Israel is straight up committing genocide, TBH? Yeah, but they asked me, why do I support Israel? Which I don't. Israel's military action has actually not been the military action that I've said is justified. They have a right to defend against attacks and to attack their attackers, but they're not doing that. They're just genociding people and committing war crimes. Which everybody who's been criticizing me knows. They know that's my opinion. Nobody actually legitimately thinks I'm pro-Israel. No one who says that I'm pro-Israel actually thinks I am. They know I'm not. I'm damn well aware of it. I don't waste my time dealing with them. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, a conspiracy theorist called Mini Minute Man a Nazi. Yeah, I've actually heard of Mini Minute Man. I appreciate the link, but we are full up on segments for today. Thank you for the link, though. I might jot it down for tomorrow's stream, maybe. Thank you, Pepper T21. Did you see that the U.S. is sending boots in the ground to Israel? Yeah, it makes sense. Are we going to be having our troops fight boots in the ground? Or are we training IDF troops? Because that's always happening. We're always training IDF troops. But if we're sending boots in the ground, that's even better. It means that Israel might be on a little bit of a tighter leash. Did you see the military training IDF soldiers? Yeah, that's happened for decades. We literally trained the IDF. You guys know that, right? Like, our military trained and, like, built up Israel's military. Yeah, APAC is a thing. Larry Banks 78, it's worth remembering that, APAC is a thing, but it's not even that. It's also the fact that Israel is a very strong ally of the United States, and we have agreements with our allies where, like, we get basically sucked into a worse deal if we don't hold up our current agreements with our allies. If we stopped giving Israel aid, we'd be forced to give them even more aid. Same goes for Ukraine. We're actually in a best-case scenario right now in terms of, like, how little aid we could be giving Ukraine. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Like, we're kind of locked in. Did you see that North Korea is sending soldiers over to Russia to help the Russians fight against the Ukrainians? Yeah. I actually did see that recently. I've been telling you guys that North Korea, Iran, fucking Russia, and China. New Axis powers. The 21st century Axis powers, I'm telling you. Oh, holy shit, dude. You know what? Come to think of it, I think we're probably just getting raided. Because now we're getting, like, giga retardation in YouTube chat. FD Signifier is more intelligent than Xander Hall. Didn't FD Signifier go on, like, a racist rant about another creator? Like, wasn't that what FD Signifier did? I forget. I just remember he's a dumb fuck. He attacked Shark? Yeah. I'm remembering that right? FD Signifier was attacking Shark with the racist shit? He called Shark the sea slur? So I remember that right. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Like I said, the lefties who hate me are literally racist. They are literally conservatives who are, like, LARPing as lefties. Holy shit. Once again, guys, I am so happy that we can see in real time that I am right, and that me upsetting these types of people means I'm upsetting the right people. And if you're upsetting the right people, you're probably saying the right things. Anyway. Yeah, he made some Uncle Ruckus comment about Shark. Oh yeah, okay, I'm starting to remember it better now. I mostly forget a lot of internet drama after it happens, so I low-key don't remember a lot of what went down or who was involved. I just know that a bunch of, like, lefty content creators went after Shark and started calling him, like, racist slurs because he, like, I guess it isn't lefty enough or something. I don't know. He isn't part of the Hassan dick riding squad. Anyway, King of the Car Park, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, I'm a Pennsylvania voter who just filled out my ballot for Harris, planning to drop it off at a drop-off event next week when I'm off work. Hell yeah, King of the Car Park. Love to hear it. Love to see me some Pennsylvania Harris voters. That's what we like to see. All right. Grr. Alright, guys. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Now, if you've watched me for a while, then it really shouldn't be a big surprise to you guys that I believe that Candace Owens is a grifter who appeals to racists and bigots and expresses beliefs that she doesn't even herself believe in the most radical and insane way possible in order to get attention, all the while trying to farm off of the insane shit she is able to get away with saying because, and one of her core things she loves to do, she loves to use her race as a shield from criticisms received from the left. She absolutely loses her fucking mind over it, and loves to accuse anyone on the left who criticizes her, especially if they're white, of being racist. So my dream is to be called racist by Candace Owens. I need it to happen, guys. I hope one day she calls me racist and says so much for the tolerant left, and that's just, I need it. I need it, guys. I need it. But we're actually not talking about that today. You see, Candace has tried to appeal to as many of the most insane people on the far right as she can possibly appeal to. And that's completely, like, aside from the fact that she well, she's basically trying to put herself forward as the ultimate conspiracy queen, if that makes sense. She is the queen of conspiracy theories. That's really the best way to put it. Now, a lot of the conspiracy theories she pushes are centered around politics, but today, we're going to talk about one that is surprisingly apolitical, at least as separate from politics as any conspiracy theory can be, because as we were talking about earlier in the stream, it seems like every conspiracy theory that blames some shadowy cabal for tricking everyone, the shadowy cabal that they're referencing just always ends up being Jews. Like, it just always comes back to anti-Semitism. And for Candace Owens and her fans, of course it does. But in this case, we're not going to be focusing on that as much. It's mostly going to be about the fun of the conspiracies. And this conspiracy is that of the shape of the Earth. This is one of my guilty pleasures, by the way, is watching flat Earth debunk videos. Okay, it's literally one of my guilty pleasures. It's sort of in line with what I do to a degree, but I'm not a scientist. Like, I know the Earth is round. There are a lot of pretty fundamental observations that prove the Earth is round. You know, time zones, sunrise, sunset, the horizon, and how things work on it. I lived on the water, so I've seen a lot of things disappear over horizons. I know that's real. I'm pretty certain, even with my own terrestrial observations, the Earth is round, right? However, the flat Earth community, in parallel with other far-right conspiracy, anti-information movements, has blown up in recent years. And apparently, but not really, it's just the grift, you guys know how Candace is, apparently, Candace Owens, the character she plays, is now a flat earther. And while she says she's not here in this quote I'm going to read to you, the second half of the sentence immediately shows, okay, well, no one who isn't a flat earther would say this. This is trying to appeal to flat earthers. Candace Owens, I am not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. All right, everybody. I'm going to show you guys this clip. This is from back in July. And it's a bit old now, back in July, but the relevant continuation of this story is much more recent. So let's watch.
Guys, imagine being married to me. My poor husband, he rolls over. He's like, what are you reading? And I feel like a regular wife says something, I don't know, maybe a love series, Nora Roberts, sweeping her.
I'm reading crazy things on social media. Oh, I'm so quirky and weird.
Away. Me, on the other hand, he rolled over, he asked me, and I said, oh, I'm reading a flat earth theory. And it dawned into an entire conversation. He's like, why are you reading a flat earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Manect about it, and they included some links, and I'm just reading them. I don't know. I'm just an interested person. No matter what, if there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe. And of course, he pushed me on this, and he was talking about the earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science.
The mega church of science. You know, using terms like cult and mega church as insults in reference to science is like really funny, because that's, are you implying like mega churches are bad? Like, are conservative pundits now all of a sudden opposed to faith and mega churches? Because no, they're not. I can tell you they're not. I can tell you Candace Owens is not actually opposed to faith and mega churches. And yet conservatives and Christians love to use those as accusations of why science is bad. Things that they admit are true of religion. Why do they try to compare science to religion to make it look bad if they are trying to defend religion? It's so bizarre. It's because they can't argue. Candace Owens is a full through and through grifter too, so she's not even actually good at arguing for the right's positions, but what she is good at is appealing to the right. And to be fair, a lot of it is her race. Like, a lot of it is the fact she's a, like, very far right, willing to say the craziest bullshit imaginable black woman. That is a lot of it, like, legitimately. When you hear conservatives, like, in chill environments, like on podcasts and stuff, talk about Candace Owens, they talk about her like she's the second coming of Jesus Christ. They talk about her like they're the Empire, like they're imperial, like, soldiers, and she is the Death Star. Like, she's the key to their victory. The fact that she is willing to push such insane shit and uses her race as a cudgel and attacks the left on the grounds of being racist and uses identity politics so much, it's everything the right just absolutely nuts over in a pundit. And it's why Candace Owens is getting paid so fucking much money to do what she does. I would not be surprised if Candace Owens is raking in $50 million a year. Easy.
Because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith. Imagine being married to me.
Science is faith. There it is. I actually hadn't seen that clip myself before, except for the one bit where she says, I'm not a flat earther or a round earther. I've just seen that one sentence. I knew she would call it faith, by the way, because conservatives, it's a very, like, canned conservative talking point of accusing science of being religion while they are trying to defend religion. Like, their way of attacking science is to put it on the same level as religion, because they already recognize that science is on a higher level than religion. The fact is, science is not faith. Science, by definition, is the practice of not taking anything at face value, having a hypothesis, putting it to the test, saying, okay, well, my hypothesis was proven or disproven, but let's say it gets proven. Well, first I need to go find multiple people to go peer review it, meaning they repeat the test, and a bunch of people do that, and if they consistently always get the same outcome with the same parameters, then, it can become a theory, because it's legit, right? Of course, these are the same people who say, why is evolution still a theory? If it was real, it would be a scientific law, like gravity. But now, Candace Owens is arguing gravity's not real. If she doesn't believe in a round Earth, then gravity's not real. She is essentially giving lip service to the people who believe there's no gravity, we live on a flat Earth that is accelerating upwards, and that through some magical force that they can't describe, because, like, you need the concept of gravity and momentum to stick to a surface that is accelerating upwards. Like, you don't just, like, get pushed into it. Like, their logic is insane, and they don't have a model for what they believe, but I digress, okay? I digress. Why am I talking about Candace Owens leaving the cult of science, as she says, and basically going flat Earth? Like, let's be real, even if she says she's not a flat earther here, that messaging is for flat earthers, to appeal to flat earthers. No one who thinks the Earth is round hears that and says, that's a very good and reasonable take. Because you don't give, like, the time of day to people who believe in the flat Earth. They have been consistently, they're insane. They're grifters. I think probably one of the best arguments for why not only are they grifters, but they're not even stupid and they don't even genuinely believe what they say, is this video here. Now, if you, like me, have a guilty pleasure for Flat Earth debunk content, then you're probably familiar with Professor Dave Explains. Really good channel. Love him. Can't recommend him enough. In fact, link right here in the chat for you guys if you aren't already a viewer of Professor Dave. Now, I actually watched this video before stream today, and it convinced me, towards the end actually, to make this a segment because of something that gets brought up. Now, for a little background, we're not going to watch the entirety of this Professor Dave video for, a variety of reasons. Don't want to yoink the whole content, and it's an hour long, so it'd be a while. But Professor Dave made a video. This is 2 days old. This is very recent news. Flat Earthers are desperately dodging a free trip to Antarctica. So for a little background here, for a while now, Flat Earthers have touted an easy dunk on the so-called globe heads that believe the Earth is round. You see, they believe that because the Earth is flat, that obviously in a flat Earth model, you can't have the classic 24-hour daylight in the South Pole. Because with a flat Earth, it just wouldn't work out when you consider the times of days in, like, the rest of the Southern Hemisphere. It just doesn't make sense. But on a globe model, where we have, like, an axis tilt, corresponding to seasons, it all makes sense. And that same model explains every other phenomenon that we witness in our lives. They can't do it with the flat Earth. In fact, the flat Earth cannot account, any model for the flat Earth cannot account for a 24-hour sun in the South Pole, or the North Pole for that matter. They can't account, specifically the South Pole, because the edge, the ring thing they claim, it's like a ring of ice. I think it could still happen in the North Pole, which is why Antarctica is the big deal here. They, of course, also claim that Antarctica is, you're not allowed to explore it unless you're on, like, a government-approved mission, and they, like, keep you behind red tape, and they've got all these conspiracies about how if you try to, like, ride a boat up to Antarctica, they'll kill you so you can't see the ice wall and try to go over the edge or see what's beyond it, because some flat earthers think that beyond Antarctica is, like, concentric larger rings of continents that are just separated by ice walls. There's, like, 5 times the surface area of the Earth beyond Antarctica is what they believe. I'm not joking. There are flat Earth maps that show this. They're pretty neat. I like looking at flat Earth maps, like the ones that show stuff beyond Antarctica, because it's like cool fantasy world building to me. But outside of that, it's just insane. Now, they believe that you could easily just go to Antarctica and prove that when the sun goes down, well, hey, where's that sun? Where's the sun? Where's the sun? I thought the globe model says there's supposed to be sun all day, 24 hours. Where's the sun? Why'd the sun set? You would be able to do that easily. Now, flat earthers have touted this as a talking point for a while. They would confidently say, yeah, why are there no round earthers offering to take flat earthers to Antarctica? You know, it's almost like it'd be too easy to disprove the round earth if they were willing to do that. Now, because of this, and because this has been such a commonly repeated talking point, a pastor, of all things, a church pastor, who seems like a pretty chill guy, honestly, who has always had, like, himself a morbid curiosity in flat earthers, heard this talking point and was like, hold on a second, I'm a pastor who owns, like, a big-ass church. I got money. How about we settle the debate? I will cover an expedition to Antarctica for the largest figures, the most prominent figures in the globe Earth and flat Earth community, and it can be called the final experiment. It can settle the debate. The largest, most respected, clout-having figures on both sides of the debate take an all-expenses-paid trip to Antarctica, and they set up their cameras. They do, like, you get to be proven right. Whichever side, if you think you're right, you would jump at this opportunity, right? This happened 6 months ago. The vast majority, or literally every round earther offered, has agreed to go. Some have even agreed to go, but turned down the money and are instead paying out of pocket or doing crowdfunding of their own audiences to go on the trip. They're not even making the pastor pay for the trip because they're that willing to go. They're like, no, I'll go and I'll pay for it. Meanwhile, though, the flat earthers have rejected the offer as much as they possibly can, constantly making excuses. Usually before they dip out, they do that thing where they, like, make excuses for why they can't do it by saying they would need, like, impossible to meet standards. But then they said, oh, we can do that. Yeah. Oh, you want a buddy to also come with you and have all expenses paid as well? Sure. Yeah, I'm down to pay that. And they're like, really? Even if it gets up to $50,000 in fees? And the pastor's like, yeah, I'm totally down to do that. And the flat earth guy's like, like searching as fast as he can for another excuse not to go. Because all of these flat earth priests, as Professor Dave likes to call them, just like any conservative right-wing pundit, they're grifters. If there was some situation, for example, like let's say conservatives who constantly say that insert city is burned to the ground, there's nothing left, right? Let's say I offered to do a video with a conservative pundit who claimed this, where I pay for a free trip for them to that city, and we do a video where we walk around that city and see if it's as bad as they say. And they turn down the trip, and every conservative pundit would turn down this trip, obviously. If they believed in what they said, they would take it in an instant, but they would turn down the trip because they know it would be so embarrassing to be disproven undeniably by the reality around them and to have their face there as you're like, where's the city's burning, man? Where's the city's burning? It's the same shit. And so they have been struggling to find any flat earth figures that would actually agree to the trip, and a few have given maybes. Literally, that is it. A few have given maybes. The only ones that are definitely going are Flat Earth content creator fans, who are themselves the brainwashed ones that are watching these creators, who got a free all-expenses-paid trip via a giveaway that the pastor did in a live stream, and they're excited. They're going. They're like, yeah, I want to go and see. Yeah, let's go. Because she genuinely believes the Earth is flat and wants to know if she's right or wrong. But the content creators, they're not willing. They're not willing to go. And I will say, though, there is one exception. Considering, obviously, this is a great opportunity for clout, there is one exception. And that, as you're going to see in just a second. Actually, here, but first, let's see him go over the list of content creators who are and aren't going, who have and haven't taken the offer. Just because it really nails home, like, what Flat Earth creators are willing to go. And then what's even funnier is some of them gave maybes, and the way the Flat Earth Society's community is like preemptively calling them shills because they know that those creators, if they go on the trip, are gonna have to admit the Earth isn't flat. They're already calling them paid shills and paid by NASA and plants because they've said they might go on the trip, and they know that if those people go on the trip, they're gonna have to say the Earth's not flat, or just lie to their faces and say, "Where's the sun? Where's the sun?" Meanwhile, the sun's just shining in the sky, and they just pretend they don't see it. They might do that, really, if they want to hold on to the grift that bad. They might be willing to do that. Anyway, here we go.
If there was no 24-hour sun. After I communicated that to Mr. Meyer,
here we go.
Offered to pay this. Now, when Mark Harmon heard about TFE, he issued this public challenge to Fulka. He offered to pay for both of them to go to Antarctica this December, and he sweetened the deal by agreeing to pay Mr. Meyer an additional $25,000 US if there was no 24-hour sun. After I communicated that to Mr. Meyer, I noticed that he just disappeared. Poof, gone. No sign anywhere of our German flat Earth friend.
If they did go, do you really think they would do a 24-hour stream? That wouldn't be what was necessary. The point of this was, A, you could just set up a camera and just, like, set it to record and hook it up to a couple external batteries and have it record and then do a time-lapse, because that's how time-lapses are made. And it's pretty hard to, like, a time-lapse is just a continuous sped-up video. So, like, you would have, like, the whole camp of content creators walking around at, like, light speed as you get, like, the trip's supposed to be 5 days. It's supposed to be a 5-day trip where if the sun goes down at any point in those 5 days, the flat earthers get proven right. If at any point the sun sets below the horizon in those 5 days of the trip in Antarctica, the flat earthers get fully proven right on camera. With third-party people there, including the pastor who's paying for all of this and making this into a big event. I think anything less than a 24-hour stream, they'll say the video's fake. The Flat Earth community might, but, like, those creators who are the largest figures in the Flat Earth space, who are supposed to agree to this because they've said they want to do this, they would have to bite the bullet. They would have to, I guess, stop making Flat Earth content, and new Flat Earthers would have to take their place. But it would at least settle the debate among the current pundits that are relevant in the argument. Anyway, let me let the video play a bit more because this is genuinely hilarious.
Account deleted.
Shocking. Where does that put us?
I've tried from the very beginning of TFE to help bring both sides of this debate together, but the Flat Earth side consistently is just making themselves look bad. But turning down a trip to Antarctica, when you've been saying how much you want to go to Antarctica, and when you've been saying Antarctica holds the key to the shape of the Earth, and Austin Whitsitt saying over 6 months ago that he was already planning a trip to Antarctica this December to see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, this is not a good look. That's actually something that will never be forgotten and will be forever attached to your reputation.
That's right, guys. You're having your shining reputation sullied. You are known worldwide as brave iconoclasts. Statues will be torn down if you don't get it together real fast. It sounds like Jaren and Austin are sort of trying to get it together.
So I met with both Jaren and Austin over Zoom last night, and they both did reiterate their commitment to going. The current holdup is the contract. Now, people have this impression, not from me, people have the impression that I am making them sign a contract, that I'm asking them to sign a contract. Nothing could be further from the truth. They asked me for a contract. Let me say that again. They asked me for a contract. Not only that, they gave me a detailed list of what they wanted in the contract, and I simply forwarded that list to my attorney, and he drafted an agreement based on their requests. Well, now they...
So it's just constant excuses, and then when they accommodate what, like, because he'll just accommodate whatever they demand as like a, well, I can't do it because this. He'll say, no, we can do that for you. Yeah, no, an extra $25K? Yeah, we'll do that for you. Sure. Like, because this guy's like, I think a super church owner or something, like an actual mega church owner. So he can afford to pay these guys if they want to keep on demanding more money for it, which makes him look even worse every time he sweetens the deal, and they're still not willing to take this trip that would supposedly be their opportunity to prove to themselves and the world that they are correct. And then to rub it in the face of these content creators, these globe earth trolls, as they say, that are constantly making response videos to them. But to her credit, do you know who is kind of going to Antarctica? A familiar face, who you may remember from earlier in this segment. If I can find... If I can find it. I hate that YouTube just shows you like one frame every like 30 seconds from a video. And so, yeah, ooh. Tim Pool, of course, platforming, flat earthers, that's a thing. Although Tim Pool himself doesn't seem to be one. That's nice, at least. Can I not find the clip in this video? Are you serious? Really? 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 Huh. Well, I guess I'll just have to reiterate it to you via voice. I can't show you the clip. I can't find it. That's actually crazy, dude. Really? Huh. Damn, YouTube, you fucking blow. I underestimate how much YouTube sucks every single day. I overestimate what features it has and what it can do. Anyway, basically, Candace Owens has taken the offer. Not herself. She herself is not taking a trip to Antarctica, sadly. We are not going to get to see Candace Owens, like, wrapped up in, like, 100 layers of winter clothes, like, waddling around in the tundra, as funny as that would be, looking up at the sky, looking to see if the sun goes down. Unfortunately, that is not a thing that will happen, but her producer is going to be going for her and live streaming via Starlink. By the way, people were saying, how are they going to live stream it? They actually are going to be live streaming it. They're going to use Starlink. They're going to be live streaming it via Starlink. To find out, Candace Owens says she is on her show going to be the final settler of whether or not the Earth is round or flat. Overall, there were a few reasons. The monster's making me burp, I'm sorry. There are a few reasons I wanted to do this segment today. The first was to draw parallels. Have you noticed anything similar about the flat earth community and the conservative content creator community? It's that they all want to say they're right. They all want to talk a really big game, but realistically, if you challenge them to an argument, a debate, hell, if you offered them a trip like this to prove or disprove their claims about a thing or a place, they would deny it. They'll run from it. This era of internet grifters who try to take advantage of vulnerable, you know, influenceable people, they don't want to be proven or disproven. They just want to make money off of gullible individuals that they brainwash with propaganda. They either appeal to an already brainwashed group and push those ideas to make money off of them, or they try to appeal to normies and brainwash them into that group so they're so radical that their small niche of content creation is all they can watch anymore, right? Like, if you become alt-right, the only sources of news you take seriously or trust are alt-right sources of news, because the alt-right teaches you not to trust anything else. You can only support alt-right content creators like themselves. Flat earthers tell you can only trust other flat earth figures. You can only support them. Hell, they even infight nowadays among the anti-woke grifters and the flat earth grifters. They fight over who's a plant, who's a shill, who's really trustworthy, because at the end of the day, they're all just a bunch of individuals trying to make money for themselves, and they're fine throwing each other under the bus. This might be the downfall, funnily enough, of the anti-woke grift. The fact that they're all in it for themselves and they're willing to throw each other under the bus. One of them's willing to make a video attacking, say, Actman, a very popular figure, for not being anti-woke enough, and he may make a bunch of money off of that, the person who calls him out, because, you know, you're grifting off of, you know, hatred for a popular figure, but to that popular figure, you just made the entire anti-woke movement look cringe and dumb, and like it's gone too far. And that's a large voice who is now no longer going to be parroting the soft version of those talking points that that figure and the ones that they, in their ilk, make a new audience off of. It's self-destroying. It's self-defeating. Self-cannibalizing. And I think the Flat Earth movement is very similar to the right in that way. Another thing I wanted to point out with this segment was the fact that there's such a connection. The Flat Earth movement is as insane as the right wing. Not to the point where they have so many parallels like the ones I just pointed out, but also they are starting to merge. The Venn diagram is starting to combine. The circles of the Venn diagram are starting to become one. Candace Owens, one of the biggest right-wing grifters out there, is now trying to appeal to flat earthers. I've been saying this for a while. Oh my god, ever since the anti-vax shit, I've been saying this, that eventually the right is going to embrace flat earth the same way they embraced anti-vax. There was a time when the anti-vax movement was a niche thing that crazy Facebook moms that universally got made fun of left and right by everybody online joked about. Like, haha, what do you get an anti-vax kid for their 3rd birthday? I don't know, what? A coffin. It's like, these are memes that were really popular just a few years ago. And then, once COVID became a thing, the right adopted anti-vax as the line you must toe. If you are pro-vaccines and a Republican, you are not getting invited to the cookout again, okay? Like, they will not accept you. You have to be anti-vax. Both MMR vaccines, every vaccine, not just COVID vaccine. They're fully just on the anti-vax train now. Anti-vaccine is a conservative movement. And I really do think, considering Flat Earth is really just like a close cousin of anti-vax, especially in the realm of Facebook, I see Flat Earth being pretty high up on the list of the next crazy conspiracy the right embraces. Here, I was wondering... Oh yeah, here's a good example. You know how I mentioned they cannibalize each other because they're all just grifters trying to make money for themselves? Here's a really good example of that.
Trip.
This guy.
And he's just gonna have... he's just gonna have this mental apish breakdown. They're gonna try to get that, then that's gonna go, and then he's gonna go on mainstream. And he's going to be on Good Morning America. The guy who used to think the earth was flat, Jaron Campanella come out here, yeah, I thought it was flat, and everybody laughed. And you guys are fucking around, even giving time to these nerds. I'm the guy who did it.
He's talking about the guys who agreed to go on the trip to Antarctica. This is the Flat Earth content creators preempting their disowning of the creators who agree to go on the trip because they all know the earth is round, and anyone who would agree is ruining the grift. There needed to have been like a community-wide agreement not to let anyone in their community disprove their grift and ruin their ruin their racket. And the ones that are willing to take that challenge because they're worried their ego, their perception will look bad if they deny it. They're ruining the grift for everybody. So now they're all, before the trip has even happened, preempting, calling those Flat Earth creators shills or plants.
I'm the king of this thing, okay? And you need to follow your king. I'm the king of the Flat Earth. There's no delusion here. They want to call me that.
You're
Thank
the
you.
king.
Crown. I'm the guy. Right.
You can only trust him, guys. And all of them are saying this, that they are the Flat Earther, the king of Flat Earth, the one that you should trust. And all the rest could be plants, but you can only trust them. Because when you have an audience of conspiracy-minded people, you'll notice the anti-woke people are doing it now as well. When you have an audience of conspiracy-minded people, it's easy to convince them, Okay, even within our movement, there's people who are fake anti-woke. There are people who are fake flat earthers. Only I'm the one you can trust. You can only trust your money with me, you know, because it's all just a grift for these individuals, and they're willing to throw each other under the bus. And I think that's one of the most core similarities I want to draw to the right-wing anti-woke grift. The self-cannibalizing, the throwing each other under the bus. When a movement is just built on individuals lying to an audience to make money for themselves, it cannot last. It can't last. It will implode on itself. Just like this flat earth community is right now, and just like we are watching the beginning of the anti-woke sphere as we know it to implode on itself and have to rebuild, because it'll come back. There'll be another wave of anti-woke content eventually, but it's going to implode and have to rebuild like it did in 2017, in 2018. We'll see. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, thought it was entertaining, educational, or even enjoyable, please consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up, whether you're watching live, my VODs, or just a video after the fact when it goes up on its own, every thumbs up pushes my content in the algorithm in real time, forcing YouTube to show my content to new people, so it really does help a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And of course, you can also follow my social medias linked down below, comment as well to boost the help of the like, and you can subscribe and ring the bell icon and turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. But yeah, on top of that, if you want to support me directly, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. It helps me to keep the lights on here and a roof above my head at the Xander Hall studio. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you again, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Xander flat? Did I say flat? When did I say flat? Like, did I like misspeak and say flat when I didn't mean to? Or is it about the flat earth? Is it like a flat earth joke? I don't get it. I wasn't paying attention to chat, and everyone's saying flat Zan. I love mewing, dude. Dude, I should just go to the store tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow is when I go to the store. And I should go to the store, and I should just mew the entire time. Like, just mew the entire time. See if, like, I get, like, asked out or something, because I'm just walking around, like... just randomly, like, eyebrow raise, if I see... My homies Riz. All right. Slashy, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. I hope that one Luna and TSW the Shadow Wolf appreciate the blue names. Thank you. Said, for real, Sonic fans are so upset over the Grums tweet that this segment would pop off on YouTube even more. You really think so? You really think so? We might be doing that. Let's see about it. I'll see if I can add it to the list for next stream tomorrow. Because I will say that Sonic segment that we did previously did really well. So, so yeah, you definitely had me there. It might be worth talking about that. Might be nice to reach the Sonic audience and let them know that these weirdos are trying to infiltrate their stuff. Grums. Sonic. There we go. I still got the scroll here, but it's kind of like folded up into like a long parchment now, due to the way that I've been using it. I still haven't picked up a tome yet. I need to buy a tome. I love mogging, you guys. It's so awesome. Man, I should just, like, mew in the mirror for, like, 12 hours every day. I would have, like, the most insane jawline, I bet. I'd be irresistible, bro. I'd look like a model. Zan, stop making that face. You look like you're shitting your pants. No, I don't. I look hot. Yeah. You want my phone number, I know it. You trying to get this. You're mad. You're fucking mad that I'm mogging you, the dude. You're fucking angry. You're fucking malding. Someone's mad they don't have this beautiful jawline. Oh, you're spamming question marks. You're so mad, the dude. I can tell. I can feel it. I need you to know that I can smell how mad you are. I can smell how mad you are. You're so mad that I mog you. You got no riz and you're mad. Don't give me your phone number. I would absolutely spam the shit out of you with at 4 a.m. on a Wednesday night. I wouldn't answer my phone. It's dead. My phone is dead right now. I guarantee it. I guarantee you it's not charged. Let's see. Is it charged? Nope. Screen doesn't turn on when I click the button. It's dead. I had to plug it in. I never charge my phone. I'm so based and grass-pilled that my phone isn't even charged. Remember, you are hotter than Hassan. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You are the hottest lefty channel ever. I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you, TSW Shadow Wolf. The cheekbones will shatter your monitor. Do I really have cheekbones? I mean, I guess I got some high cheekbones, yeah. Okay. Let me bring up the next segment really fast, okay? Alrighty. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted sub, Slashy. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. You are fucking goated. Thank you. And on top of that, Slashy, thank you for the tier 1... oh, fucking hell. Hold on. There we go. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Gifted to Summerstar. I hope Summerstar appreciates the free blue name. Says, how does Grums have a working grift? The backlash from the Sonic community is so huge that this is enough for a segment for you, from you. Yeah, it's just that, like, the people who like Grums are people like Grums. They're not, like, they have to grow out of it. They have to lose their virginities, and then they realize he's dumb, and they stop supporting him, and then he'll fall off. That's kind of how it works. Anyway, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very pog. Alrighty. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, today we're going to be taking a look at one of the cringiest channels on all of YouTube. You see, I've covered this guy for years because he's been relevant for years, like since 2016 when the anti-SJW era blew up. This guy originally got big off of making animated videos about crazy blue-haired feminists before it was cool, and then he did it after it was cool for a while, and then it became cool again, and now he's blowing up back into relevancy. Now, if you don't know what Freedomtoons is, he is, as you can see here, basically right-wing Cocomelon. That's generally been the term I've used for it. Kamala's accents. And you've got Kamala Harris here as... Well, I mean, here's the thumbnail. You can kind of get an idea of the type of content he makes. He's basically animated stone toss. It seems like a lot of his videos lately have been about Kamala Harris, and all the thumbnails, they depict her as, like, her eyes bulging out and her mouth wrenching open because, or making like the Lily Orchard smug face, I guess. A lot of it is kind of banking on the misogyny of the audience, right? Because generally, if you can depict a woman being loud as freaking out or being insane or naggy or bitchy, then you just immediately win with this audience. So when Kamala Harris, say in this interview, is talking about like Trump promising to turn the military on the American people, they can't really engage with that talking point, right? Like a conservative can't engage with the fact that, like, yeah, Trump is promising to turn the military on the American people and calls them the enemy within if they don't support him. Instead, it's like, isn't she crazy? Doesn't she laugh weird and get loud? Like, we're really dealing with true conservative Cocomelon here. Let's start with Kamala Harris owns Brett Baer.
Thank you for joining us.
This is supposed to be like a parody of the Fox News interview. Speaking of the Fox News interview, we got a segment a little later that's actually about, to a degree, about this Fox News interview. And for a little background, by the way, it's like one of the most Fox News interviews you can possibly imagine. Like at one point, the interviewer asks Kamala Harris, "Do you still support the idea of taxpayer dollars going to the sex changes of incarcerated inmates?" Like the whole, like, do you still believe in thing you never, like, believed or said you believed? That, like, people would be mad if you believed, and even if you deny it, the fact that he claimed that she does is all that matters. So it was very much like, despite being a very hostile interview, she cooks him. And so the right is obviously having to immediately jump to doing damage control. And here's an example of that.
Ms. Harris, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris.
Kamala Harris isn't even like this. I feel like if you wanted to depict Kamala Harris in like a mean way, you would make her look like a strict, mean teacher, I guess, because you could totally like do the misogynistic bit that way, that she's like a mean, strict teacher and she's bitchy. Like that would be the route you would want to take as a conservative. But I feel like, I guess right now the thing that like conservative men really hate is like the that's so brat, oh slay, she ate and left no crumbs. Like, dude, conservative guys fucking despise that shit. So the right has been trying to associate her with that, with like Gen Alpha, like female brain rot stuff. Like the right has been heavily trying to associate Kamala Harris with that. Like going all the way back to when conservatives were, and I quote, we're calling Kamala Harris, and I quote, the original Hawk Tuah girl. It's like, dude, you're so desperate to monetize off of like the Zoomer relevant shit that you're using it wrong.
How many people do you believe have crossed the border since... Miss Harris. Kamala, please.
Do you guys know what I mean when I say this is right-wing Cocomelon? Didn't Trump literally do that? Yes, Trump has literally done this multiple times. But what I love about this is that, like, obviously this is nothing even close to what happened, but the actual interview is her owning him on that point. He like asks, how many immigrants do you think are in the country? She says the actual number and then brings up that J.D. Vance lied about the number and tripled it in a debate for the sake of making the problem sound worse. But you can't really engage with that because that's just Kamala Harris calling out a popular lie on the right. So instead you make an animation where you scream into the microphone like a retard, and then you make a video where it's actually Kamala Harris doing the retard screaming. But this is Freedomtoons screaming like this. Like, he's just made up a scenario, and conservatives, what I love about this, okay, and I've talked about this before, is conservatives literally cannot tell fiction from reality, it seems. Like, and I mean that literally. How many times have you watched a TikTok or a YouTube short from a clip of a movie or a TV show, and I mean it is clearly from a movie or a TV show. The way it's shot, the scripting, there are famous actors. It's like, this is from a movie. This is not like a camcorder recording of a real thing. And there'll be something that happens. Usually, like, let's say a woman hits a guy and the guy hits her back. And everyone's like, oh my God, how could you do that? And the guy ends up getting fired or something. That'll be like the clip from the movie. All the comments are talking about it like it's real. Have you guys seen this? When you watch like these movie clips that conservatives post that are like meant to support their worldview, the comments from conservatives talk about the characters and the events as if they were 100% real. They say things like, what was going through blank's head when they did this? Or through the blonde lady's head when they did this. And it's like, holy fucking shit. Like, they literally cannot tell reality from fiction, fundamentally. So what I can tell you, what I can promise you, is that the comments of this video are things like, huh, this is the real debate. Yeah, she was screaming, like they will literally make this the memory that they think of in their mind of that debate, because that is how these people operate. They literally can't tell fiction from reality. Yep, YouTube Shorts is full of cop show clips that the commenters act as though they are real. That's such a great example. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's such a great example. Cop show clips, dude. If anyone can find me an example, please find me an example. It's so good. If you find a YouTube short with a clip from a cop show, especially, ideally if it engages with like ACAB issues, like racial issues and stuff, the comments are all talking about what happens, defending the cop like it's a real thing that happened, and attacking the people they don't like in it as if they're real people. No indication they understand they just saw a clip from a TV show or a movie. And it makes you wonder, like, what are the ages of these people? But then you click on their accounts, and, like, you can tell they're middle-aged based on their activity and posts. It's fucking insane.
Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
I apologize. All right, well, I'm just gonna say it. She destroyed him. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh golly, he's so embarrassed. I bet those Republicans are.
What I love about conservative, like, comedy animation stuff, like, this is the original, like, what's it called? The New Norm, that one show, and the, what was the other one? I Want Normal Beer. There was that one, and there was the other one. Fuck. What was the other one? The other conservative animated show. Mr. Bircham. This is the reason why Mr. Bircham and that other show couldn't work, was because even though it was really low effort and low budget at the end of the day, it was still too high effort and high budget. At the end of the day, conservatives want slop content. Their politics are slop. You don't need to deliver those slop politics in a non-slop way. You don't have to try and unslop conservative propaganda. The point and the success of it is in the speed of dissemination and the lack of accountability and the lack of need for research or caring about reality. So you can just say whatever you want. You can just claim whatever you want. If you want to claim like Kamala Harris is bad, you don't need to make a video explaining why Kamala Harris's policies are bad. You can make a 1 minute long MS Paint animation where she screams half the time in a single like drawn frame, so you don't have to animate her in a bunch of different ways, and then you just make like a quick video upload and it gets 1 million views. The point of conservative content, what makes it succeed, is that it's slop. The politics are slop, so should its way of delivery. And that's what benefits it so much. And that's why Freedomtoons has stood the test of time. He leans into his content being slop. There's no substance. There's not even much runtime to it, despite there being so little substance. It's not like condensed content where it's like very little filler. It's just, despite it only being 1 minute long, there's nothing of substance here. I guess the criticism, the only substantive criticism, is like Kamala Harris screamed and freaked out and foamed at the mouth during that debate, and then CNN said that it was real good and she won. And also, CNN is boring. ZZZNN. Though, to be fair, that is a pretty conservative criticism of a news source, that it's boring and that's why it's bad. Like, news source bad because it's boring. They care too much about the truth. Why aren't they reporting on Haitians eating pets? This is boring. What, we're talking about policy? Fucking bzzz. Come on, man. Yeah. Anyway, the next video is called How Kamala Can Still Win, which is a hilarious title when you consider that she is, like, currently winning, like, based on the polling right now. So, okay, man. Up your copium.
Welcome back, I'm Dr. Mac. After a decline in the polls, Team Kamala is sparing no time trying to get those swing state votes, with a new strategy that's allowing Kamala to host rallies in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina all at once. The Kamalatronic.
So, like, as I said, it's Coco Melon. There are no arguments made. That's why it's so successful. You can't debunk a video that makes no arguments. It's just sort of, here is like literal children's level humor about the left. And that's what they like. Have you seen the kind of shit conservatives like make go viral on Facebook? Because that's what this guy's biggest audience is. He's big on YouTube, don't get me wrong. But do you want to know what got him big? Do you want to know who shares his content and got him huge? Facebook boomers. It's why his videos are so short as well. They're the perfect length to be reposted on his Facebook. And Facebook and now Twitter are where he's gotten huge. There's a reason why the humor here is so low quality, so bottom of the barrel. It's so like cringe. It's because it's designed for the Facebook boomers who post like those AI generated Jesus images where like Jesus has 4 legs and there's like a bunch of people with no arms like bowing to him, and they post it and they say, "Oh my God, I looked at this and my day got better," and then like a bunch of emojis, and then it gets 1 million likes on Facebook. That is the audience that shares and has built up. That is the foundation Freedomtoons is built on. Know that as you watch this. That is why the humor is so cringe and so juvenile. It's for like the weird juvenile car rant boomers on Facebook. That's the big audience that consumes this stuff.
Raised in a middle-class family, our lawns were very important to us. I'm speaking.
Kamala, we love you.
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us.
Man, it was just like seeing the real thing.
Oh, blue hair.
This is my 3rd Kamala rally this week, and I've got to say
Earring.
it's the best one I've been to.
I can confidently say this was her.
For those who don't know, this guy blew up. Like, his art style has gotten a little more refined over time, but he still keeps it purposefully kind of like low effort because it's not meant to look like there was any effort put into it. It's also, here's a big part of conservative content too. You can't look like you care too much. So that's why a lot of the entire brand as well of Freedomtoons, I want to talk more about this because it's an interesting analysis of like conservative branding. A big part of conservative branding is irreverence, down to the guy's design. Let me actually show you what I mean by that, like the irreverence. Freedomtoons. So one of my favorite things about Freedomtoons and his branding was the way he designed his character. This is his OG like branding, by the way, from back in the day. Here's like the blue-haired SJW baby wielding all the genders or whatever. Anyway, this is his character. This is his like self-insert character. This like millennial dude with like shaggy hair that looks like he hasn't brushed it because he's just so depressed and constantly like frazzled at the ridiculousness of things. But he's also got like, supposedly has my jawline. You know, with his little like cheekbone thing and the stubble and stuff and the like the he's supposed to be dressed like sort of a just he's like designed to be like the ultimate representation of how guys on the internet think of themselves. Like, yeah, I'm just this cool dude, normal, and I'm all befrazzled because these crazy SJWs are ruining our society and our culture is falling and we live in a clown world. But I'm really just irreverent and I'm just surrounded by all this crazy, you know? It's like it's such an effective way of branding for conservatives. It's so consistent. Zan, I found a really good clip. Okay, yeah. So that thing I mentioned earlier where conservatives can't tell fiction from reality, here's a clip. I mean, you can just tell based on what you see here, very evidently from a TV show. Let's read the comments. This one seems to be aware. Plot twist, that's aware. I love the way he shut her down. He was so polite. This is how people should speak to each other. There's a good one. This is not one-to-one what I meant, but, you know, this could be someone who recognizes it's a movie, but it's weird. That's my kind of cop, both polite and to the point. He is absolutely right. Real situation or setup. He makes an excellent point. Uninterrupted stress destroys situational awareness. I retired from fire/EMS last year, and I saw more than one person like that. One lady pulled into our parking lot. I love how he puts her in her place just with straight logic and facts. That's by far the most respectful roast I've ever heard. As a retired officer, I got this all the time. Many shifts, blah, blah, blah. That was a beautiful and respectful way to shut her the hell up. While you're standing around there, crimes are cops mind almost immediately. It's one of them. He was too nice. At my age, I've learned that people like her don't deserve that much of an explanation. This person recognizes the actor Michael Cutlitz. That's nice. This is he's actually in The Walking Dead, by the way. For those doing the watch parties, you'll see him show up and be like, "Yo, he's a cool character." You handled her with such grace. Thank y'all for your service. Be safe out there. That is it. 1,000 likes too. That is the comments I was talking about. This is what I mean when I say conservatives do not know how to separate reality from fiction. This is a fucking clip. Here, let me just mute it so I don't get copyrighted and play it. This is clearly from a TV show. Does this look like it's supposed to be like some camcorder recording or something? I guess it's a little shaky, but like this is an actor, Michael Cutlitz, who's in the fucking Walking Dead. This is a clearly scripted and made up scenario. And these comments, this officer knows how to destroy Karens without thinking twice. It's like, have you seen this? Have you seen this trend of like conservatives online commenting on these fucking clips on like shows and movies, clearly not recognizing that it's not real and that it's a TV show? They comment on it, like sometimes even directing the comments of the poster as if they're the character from the fucking movie. This is the people we're dealing with, guys. When you wonder, like, how the fuck do people watch Freedomtoons and not recognize that they are literally having slop drained through a funnel into their ear directly into their brain? This is why. There are people who watch movie clips and leave comments directed at the characters in the movie because they can't tell it's not real. And you can tell from the grammar and the way that was posted, that was not a child commenting. That was an adult, and almost certainly a conservative based on their "we love the blue" and all that. That was an adult conservative who simply could not tell that was a clip from a fucking TV show. This is the level of literacy, both political and literary and media-wise, that conservatives have.
Best rally yet, and I go to these for a living.
And the Kamalatronic doesn't just do rallies. She also does interviews.
Guys, Kamala Harris is so bad, she doesn't even have supporters. They're paying people to go to the rallies. This is copium over the fact that Kamala rallies keep being so much larger than Trump rallies. They've been coping about this super fucking hard. Obviously, this is like the ultimate copium video, like Kamala's dominating in the polls, and they're like, how Kamala can still win, as if like the left is claiming this. And then he puts out his video where it's like, yes, actually, they're paid to be there. It's all just a sort of way of acknowledging why it's not an own that Kamala's rallies are always larger than Trump's.
Interviews.
Because remember, the enemy is both strong and weak. Kamala Harris is a threat you have to get out there and vote against, but she's also weak and losing and has no chance. And it's like the libs are panicking because she's losing, but also it's a rigged election if Trump loses. And also if he wins, because if it's a rigged election, he wins, he won even harder. But if he loses, it was rigged, and there's no way he lost fair and square.
Kamala, what's your plan for America?
I was raised in a middle-class family. Our lawns were very important to us.
It's even allowing her to finally visit the border. Kamalatronic boasts 5 automated responses and 3 theater kid gestures. And even campaign staffers are struggling to tell it apart from the real thing.
I've been working with Kamala every day for the last 2 months, and it's uncanny. It's like I'm seeing double.
Oh, that's remarkable. I couldn't tell the two apart for a week and a half. It started making decisions for the campaign. They were better. Truly incredible. Here,
What's really neat, and this is really what I mean when I talk about like why Freedomtoons is effective propaganda. We've already demonstrated that conservatives in a large amount will literally see clips from TV shows and movies and comment, clearly indicating they cannot tell that that's not reality and that was a clip from a fictional piece of media. And so conservative propaganda can be so effective because you can make a skit or an animation that creates a completely fake scenario, but the conservatives will watch it, and then they will base their opinion on the individuals based on what they saw in that fictional scenario. Like, conservatives watch these Freedomtoons videos, they see Kamala, like, screaming in the Freedomtoons video, and they're like, fucking Kamala Harris, this is why she's not getting my vote.
with us, we have the creator of the Kamalatron to discuss it. Would you mind telling us a bit more about your controversial creation?
Mac, the Kamalatron is a very powerful piece of technology. This is the kind of machinery that could sway an election.
It's being rumored that it even outperformed Kamala herself on a verbal IQ test.
Indeed it did.
Incredible, and I've read that the Kamalatronic even smelled.
Was that a race thing? Maybe I'm looking too deep into that, but was that?
It's like the vice president.
Yes, that was very important to President Biden.
And how is the Trump campaign responding to this?
Well, Kamalatron is certainly giving him a run for his money, but Trump has a few tricks up his own sleeve. With the Trumpogram, he's famously using to campaign in multiple places at once.
Kamala Harris, yourself. I saw her do it. You'll just keep this up and you'll have no ammo left for the Civil War.
Yes, well, it appears the arms race...
Jesus Christ. To be fair, Trump has had several assassination attempts towards him. He is that shitty. He has had, I think, the most assassination attempts any president has ever had. Man, he must be a great guy. The American people must love him.
Has begun with the Harris campaign aiming to keep its technological lead, with the Kamalatronic Model 7 scheduled to be released in just 4.
Trust me, the second it's revealed that Harris won the election, we're immediately getting the animated video of, like, Harris in, like, a polling office filling out ballots for herself. And, like, sneaking them in, and it's like, yeah, that's what happened. Trust me, the copium will be immediate. Within 48 hours of Kamala winning, the video of her stealing the election and, like, filling out ballots herself or something, it's going to be that low effort. It's going to be like, guys, yeah, I bet Kamala won, because she was in every polling station filling out the... Oh, he could follow it up. The Kamala bots could be set up for when she wins. Because then his video is going to be her having all of the Kamala bots fill in ballots at the polling stations for her. He's setting up. The Kamala bot is literally set up because he knows she's going to probably win. It's literally set up for when she wins so he can do his she faked her win video as copium. Already setting it up. In the video called How Kamala Can Still Win.
Days. It boasts 7 automated responses and functions without the pull string.
Yes, that's the tentative release date, but
yeah, it's looking pretty likely Kamala wins. Obviously, early polling and early voting has a pretty strong lean Democrat, so it's possible that, like, on election day votes, big red wave or something. It could happen, but it's looking less likely by the day. Like, it's not looking good for Trump. He could still pull through in enough swing states, but it's already basically confirmed he can't win the popular vote. Like, even Republicans are outright saying, well, yeah, he's not going to win the popular vote, but he can still win the states. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, Republicans aren't even contesting that Trump cannot win the popular vote already. Like, they already admit he's going to lose the popular vote. I'm not even making this up or joking. I've seen a lot of Republicans arguing and trying to defend Trump's chances of winning. They don't even try to argue that he can win the popular vote still, because he's just very much I think it's literally impossible for him to at the rate that votes are coming in for. You can still pull through and win the election, but it would have to be a 2016 repeat where he still loses the popular vote. He cannot win the popular vote. It's not going to happen.
We're hoping it will be around then.
4 days? What's the holdup?
Mrs. Harris, the line is, you didn't fall from a coconut tree. You've said it before. I just need one clear take.
Okay. You didn't fall from...
Okay, take 729.
How many videos do you think this guy has made where he's attempted to criticize Kamala Harris, but because the only thing he has on her is, like, drawing her as Indian, which he did in one of his videos. That was one of the thumbnails from, like, 5 videos back. How many times has he, like, laughed insanely, like maniacally into his mic so that he can be like, oh, yeah, this is totally Kamala. But it's literally him. Like, that's him laughing maniacally and screaming and then saying, this is Kamala. Like, you realize this is the same as, like, shitting your pants and then saying, the libs do that. And then everybody who sees it going, yeah, they do. You're so cool for that. That is literally the level of, like, name-calling and teasing the right has on the left in Kamala Harris. It's like, it's genuinely that low bar. Because remember what audience this content is made for. We are talking about, like, barely sentient, like, actual, like, NPCs that are meant to fill out the world and make it feel less empty. Like, I as I get older, I genuinely wonder if there are certain people that are just fucking NPCs. Like, we're the right, in a way, correct about the whole NPC thing, but is it, like, hilariously ironic that they're talking about themselves? Because these people have nothing but canned dialogue. They can't tell fiction from reality. They have, like, no original thoughts in their head. They live, like, God, have you met, like, your average conservative? They live the most routine lives of boringness and nothing, mundanity. Like, they genuinely feel like they're programmed NPCs just meant to fill out the world at times, right? Like they're literally just enemy NPCs. They've got canned dialogue, and, like, you can predict everything they're going to do because you've ran into 1,000 of them before, and there's no real uniqueness. Like, this is genuinely how it feels to be a left-wing figure at this point after so long. It feels like I've been playing a video game for years, and I've started to understand the NPCs, like, code and how they behave, and it's like, okay, so if I come from this direction, it's going to dodge this way, and then it's going to attack, and if I dodge twice, then it's going to miss and stagger, and then I can just kill it instantly, and I win the fight. Like, when you know a game that well, that's how it feels with conservatives at this point. It's like, are they literally NPCs? Why can I literally predict exactly what they're going to say before they say it? Like, why do I know? Oh, when this thing happens, they say that. Like, here's an example. Let me think of something that could happen. Zombie apocalypse happens, right? Let's say a zombie apocalypse occurs. If it happens in the South, like if the outbreak occurs in the South, conservatives will 100% claim it was a bioweapon attack by China or the Democrats to kill Republicans. If it happens in Democrat cities or, like, big cities like California, New York, they'll claim that it's divine punishment from God to punish progressives and gays and trans people, and they'll say it's divine and it's, like, wrath from God. If it happens in, like, the Midwest or somewhere really isolated where it takes a while for the outbreak to spread and affect the majority of people in America, they'll claim it's a hoax like they did with COVID, and they'll just use the idea that it's fake to get as much attention and clout as they can, being contrarian, until they can't deny it anymore, and then they'll amend their position to find a way to blame the left once it's no longer deniable. This is what would happen if a zombie apocalypse occurred in America. That is what conservatives would do. I would bet both my fucking nuts that is what they would do, because I'm that goddamn sure. They're NPCs. Give me a scenario, and I'll tell you exactly how the right at large will respond to it. They are genuinely non-sentient at times. That is why I'm able to show you a fucking video that's a clip from a show and read dozens of comments with thousands of likes from adults who are clearly conservatives, directing their comments, thanking the actor/character, betraying a character for their behaviors in a fictional scenario, because that is what these people are like. That is their brain power. Imagine being on that level. Are you even human at that point? Maybe I'm getting into eugenics territory, but fuck, man. If anyone's deserving in like having eugenics applied to them, it's got to be conservatives, bro. Like, holy shit. Like, Jesus. I swear to God, the Republicans in this country are lowering the national IQ at least 30 points. They've got to be.
Well, the reality is that Kamala voters simply don't need 7 responses. They're more than satisfied with the 5, and so it may be a waste of resources. In fact, in order to demonstrate, I've bought...
Oh my gosh, Madam Vice President,
No, don't be deceived. This is simply a Kamalatronic.
I was raised in a middle-class family.
Incredible. I can ask it anything?
Of course, it's not like it's really her.
Kamalatron, why can't you fix any of the things you've promised to fix, given you're basically the acting president anyway?
Given you're basically the acting president anyway. Mind you, no, she's not. The vice president does not have the powers of the president. And also, as much as they want to claim that Biden is literally dead and being, like, puppeted around, you realize this is what that entire talking point hinges on, right? You guys know the idea that, like, Biden is, like, sleeping all day or dead and, like, Kamala Harris is basically doing all the work? The same talking points that, like, were used to, like, oust Biden and put Kamala in as the new nominee. The right has used this talking point for years to push the idea that Kamala Harris is already the president and is getting nothing done. When Vance or Trump or any of the other Republican pundits suggest that Kamala Harris isn't doing anything because she's basically already the president, that's the conspiracy they're basing it on. It's literally that criticism of her hinges on a conspiracy that Biden is dead, basically, and Harris is the acting president. They literally believe that. Yeah, they literally think I'm not going to vote. Well, they justify not voting for Kamala Harris by saying, well, she's basically already president. She's not getting anything done. She's not, but why pretend to care about the truth when you don't, right?
Wait, this can't be happening. The robot isn't programmed to even be able to understand the...
Oh, no!
What?
How could I made this mistake? I brought the wrong one!
The wrong what? The wrong robot?
No, it's her! I brought her!
What?
Damn, dude. Man, alright, are you guys ready to read some brain rot comments now? Let's read the comments. I was built in a middle-class factory, laughing, crying emoji. You losers keep this up and you'll have no ammo left for the Civil War. LMFAO, and then like 15 exclamation points. Quote, you losers keep this up and you'll have no ammo left for the Civil War. Laughing, crying emoji. Oh my god, this got me dying. Her number one saying is Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. She has severe TDS. If you don't know what TDS is somehow, it means Trump derangement syndrome, which is what conservatives call it when you don't like Trump. There's just something so funny about the TDS accusations expanding to the person running against Trump. Ah, yes, you are running against him as candidate for the United States and you don't like him or you disagree with him. Man, you've got Trump derangement syndrome. Anytime someone busts out the term TDS, please challenge the... I fucking hell. I immediately challenge anyone who uses the term Trump derangement syndrome to a debate right away, dude. Immediately. Because it's such a tell that they don't have any fucking brain cells to work with. It's such an easy layup. The second they use the term TDS, it's like, oh, we're talking about someone who's got nothing but canned shit you've heard before. Easy debunks. Recently worked at a polling station. How recently? The last election was 2 years ago. And the strangest thing happened. We got a mail-in ballot from my grandma, voting Democrat. This was very strange, as my grandpa voting Democrat. This was very strange, as he had voted Republican in every election he ever participated in. Stranger yet was that he had died a year beforehand. Bum, bum, bum! That totally happened. Keep this up and you won't have any bullets left for the Civil War is funny and sad at the same time. This was her best rally yet, and I go to these for a living. Gold, laughing, crying emoji. Inaccurate. She now gets angry when asked a normal question. This cartoon had so many banger bits. The going to rallies for a living. Trumpogram. Verbal IQ test. The smell. It was hilarious from start to finish. Quote, if you keep this up and you won't have ammo left for the Civil War. Virtual Donald Trump. Laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji. You guys know what I mean now when I say we're dealing with non-sentient, like, NPCs, right? Like, a good amount of these comments could literally be bots. And it wouldn't surprise you There's no intelligence or life behind these comments. It doesn't feel like a human is posting these, right? Like, it feels like a parody, like an aliens parody of the worst people are posting these. And I go to these for a living, more than just a phrase, a truthful statement. I can ask it anything. Of course, it's not like it's actually her, lol. I've grown to really like this take on Kamala, lol. I like when she explodes. You can still clearly see screws and springs, implying the real one is a robot too. Rumor has it that the Kamalatronic Model 7 will include the iconic "what can be unburdened by what has been" phrase. A whole 7 automated responses? That's more than Kamala has. That's hilarious from a conservative. Dude, I love reading conservative brain rot comments, especially when so many of them are like projection. Good God, dude. I'm so sorry for exposing you to this genuine brain rot, this absolute cringe. It is, for me, hard to watch, like legitimately hard to watch these. It's really bad stuff, but I feel that breaking it down on a very nitty-gritty level and explaining why it's such effective propaganda and why every choice is made, it's almost like therapeutic. Like, okay, you know that like little cringy detail? There's meaning behind that, right? Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, then please consider leaving a like. It really does help the channel, my videos, my streams out a whole lot. Every thumbs up in real time forces YouTube to push my content out to more people, and it really does help. You can comment down below as well to, sort of boost the effect of the like. I really do appreciate that too. And you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because believe me, if you don't, they won't. And finally, if you want to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, I highly recommend it, including joining my fan Discord server. It's the main hub of my community and fan base, and I host game events, call-in streams, watch parties, and announce all my new uploads and streams there. Finally, if you want to directly support me financially, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch in the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just a lurker chilling and watching the stream, thank you for watching, no matter what, and have a good one. I hope to see you again. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I know, it's giga cringe, like genuinely giga cringe, but I've got a good palate cleanser for you guys before we wrap up stream. The last segment of the day is some good palate cleansing. Good Seggy, I lost brain cells from it. I'm so sorry, not an Enderman. I'm sorry. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, uploads clip of Merle getting handcuffed by Rick. Conservatives. You know, Rick was really abusing his power as a police officer here. They really would say that. They actually would say it in that situation. Thank you for the $5. Another $5 from Pepper T21. Thank you. Said, also, apparently there's a planet that might have an ice wall. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Oh, that goes hard. James Webb Space Telescope suggests this exoplanet is our best bet at finding an alien ocean. And it's literally an ice planet with one little, like, pole, I guess, of warmth where it's liquid water. That's cool. That's really neat. Anyway, thank you for the $5. And again, with another $5 Redinos from Pepper T21. Hot damn, you are cooking today. Thank you. Said, speaking of flat Earth, my fantasy setting exists on a world tree with thousands of worlds. Would it be more baller to have the worlds be flat like Yggdrasil depicts it? Or planets being fruit on the tree? Flat. I actually really like the idea of like Yggdrasil, like having worlds on it that are flat, because leaves are flat. And you could think of them as leaves, so it completely makes sense. I like that depiction. Valheim, I think, does this pretty well. Here, let me show you. Valheim map render. I'm sure someone's rendered like a whole Valheim map, right? Oh, I guess not. Well, the edge of the world in Valheim is literally the edge of the world. Like, legitimately. Like, when you sail off through the ocean, if you manage to make it pass all the like island. You always start in this middle bit, but then if you make it to the edge, you can literally just sail off the edge, die and lose everything. Just straight up sail off the edge. There's no ice wall. It's just the edge. So yeah, you could do it like Valheim does it. That is pretty cool, Circuit Dog, assuming you're real. I thought we lived on a giant lion turtle. That's true. We do live on a giant lion turtle. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper221. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the doll hairs. Let me update the dono goal to reflect you guys' amazing generosity. Canadians aren't real, Zan? That is true. Canadians are not real. You're not real. Because you are Canadian. Anyway, guys, really fast, due to the fact that I am a human and I have bodily needs, I'm going to go use the restroom really fast. But I do have another banger segment for you guys before we wrap up today, so don't go anywhere. All right? Don't be running off. Don't be gallivanting about and leaving my stream. I'll know if you leave, and I'll find you, and I'll do something. Something I can't say on YouTube. Anyway, stick around. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I must use the restroom. You know what's ironic about the term Trump derangement syndrome? I feel like it's actually a really good term for being a fan of Trump, you know? Like, Trump derangement syndrome is literally, like, a perfect term for it. Like, they got into Trump, and he has made them deranged. It's so cool how many of their insults are actually, like, just self-reports. Why do we ever refer to them any way than, like, how they refer to the left? We should literally just rubber that shit back on them. Like, it's just self-reporting. Why say anything else about them than what they say about the left? It's always a self-report. I just saw your recent vid on third parties. Should we just completely brush them off or consider them for the future? I think they're worth considering for the future. I would love to see a scenario where it's like the Democratic Party is the only viable right-leaning party, because the Republican Party has died off, the conservative shit has died off, and the Dems are like stuck in some era of like liberal centrism or something, and like the Green Party gets to get a lot of attention because there's liberals and then there's like reformist progressives. That would be the ideal voter breakdown, but right now we've got fascists and fascist sympathizers and liberals, and then a very small margin of progressives. And we are not in a stage right now where a third party can reasonably exist and not just take and skim off the top from the progressive side. The non-fascist side, I should say. Yeah, or we can get ranked choice voting. And parties don't fucking matter all that much. It doesn't matter if a party is viable. It's just people vote for a candidate. We have someone in Discord saying Kamala is going far right. We always have a retard in Discord, guys. Why is this surprising? Well, the Discord has over 5,000 members. You guys know, like, what percentage of the population is fucking dumb, right? It's got to be at least 1%. That means we've got at least, like, 500 or something. I don't even know. 50. We've got at least 50 dumb fucks in the Discord. I'm not fast with math, but that ballpark sounds right to me. Anyway. Yeah, third parties are just dumb right now, unfortunately. I would like them to be good, but that reminds me, is there a good video out there about ranked choice voting? Oh yeah, there's probably some pretty good ones. I think there's a really good one by BuzzFeed of all things that just kind of breaks down what ranked choice voting is and why it would be better. And it's really straightforward. Like, there's no drawbacks to ranked choice voting. CGP Grey did one. It sucks that CGP Grey is a copyright abuser, but yeah, I think his video is actually pretty good. Yeah, you can watch that video. It's just you'll have to pay him if you want to comment on it or talk about his stuff on any platform that he has control over. He paywalls any discussion of his content and copyright abuses anyone who talks about or reacts to his content, no matter how transformative. He got into shit for this like a year ago when he tried to take down an entire channel that reacted to his stuff. He responded to one of the requests for an appeal with a second false copyright strike and threatened to send a third and nuke his channel if he didn't take down any videos covering his content. And he also paywalls his Reddit, his Patreon, his comment section, anywhere or way where you could talk about his content or have discussion. CGP Grey paywalls it so that he can ban people who say things about his stuff he doesn't like or have conversation he doesn't approve of or have takes or draw something from his videos he doesn't approve of, and so he can profit off of any discussion of his content. If he's not making money off of people talking about his content, you're not allowed to talk about his content. How can he do all that? The copyright system on YouTube is notoriously abusable, and YouTube doesn't care if you're a big content creator with a lot of subs and a lot of goodwill when you like break its own rules. They don't do anything. I mean, CGP Grey makes great videos. I'm just saying he's a copyright abuser. Basically, you get to pick your first and second, third candidates. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh yeah, Asmongold is cleaning his room. You know, he's done it before, by the way. Here, this is actually a fun stun lock. One of my favorite videos. This is back when I was an Asmon fan. One of my favorite things I would watch from Asmongold was Asmongold cleaning his room. He would do it like twice a year. Dude. When he cleans his room, it's wild. Oh, this is him talking about it. When he's gonna clean his room, it's like an event. It's like hyping up an event.
It's gonna sound kind of crazy. I think I'm gonna clean up my house.
I've reacted to hoarder videos that look a lot like this. Yeah.
Okay.
Because people reacted to his house.
Camera aimed to the roof of his
Oh,
house.
Nux Taku.
It's just a raw mattress. Oh, now we're fucking cooking.
I think I'm gonna clean up the house. Why am I gonna do this? Because it's gotten so bad that, like, I feel like it might be debuffing me. Because I think I felt better over there than I did here. Eventually the time comes. No, it's been so bad that I feel like I have to now.
You know when Asmongold was, like, into that conservative, like, oh, yeah, you step foot in California and the bad air quality kills you, or whatever, like, mindset. The second you know that when he went to California and felt better than he did inside his house, that it's like, oh. The air quality in my house is not fucking good.
Because like I actually have
Yeah,
I
that
tried
realization.
to like box my suitcase, and I couldn't do it in my living room because there's so much stuff in the living room. I couldn't even find a place to put it down. That's like how bad it is. Yeah, it's like actually like super bad. I'm telling you, like people like they go to my house, and I remember Tectone like couldn't breathe after he was in my house. Emmy said she was getting like fucking like acne and shit. I remember Kaisi kept saying she had like rashes.
There's so much grease in the air. There's so much grease in the air that Emiru went in, and the grease stuck to her skin and caused her to break out. That's fucking crazy. The air is oily.
Bro, it's the Scarlet Rot. It'll take days though. Playing music loud will help you enjoy the
the
cleaning.
Scarlet
it'll
Rot.
take weeks. Like you guys don't understand how bad it is. You actually have no idea how bad it really is. I think that like the house smells.
So this is why, for those of you guys who were never Asmongold fans or don't know much about him, and you're like, how the fuck do people watch this guy when he lives like this? It's because he never for a second really makes excuses for it. And when he does, it's very clearly ironic and as a joke. He's very evidently self-aware, and he rolls with the punches in a way that's, like, actually charming. And people are like, God, this guy's living in squalor, but he's fully aware that this is a problem, and he makes jokes about it, and he laughs about it, and he can joke and roll with the punches about it. It's, like, hard not to find it enjoyable and funny, especially when every once in a while he cleans it. He cleans it, dude. It's why people wanted Asmongold to get better from his weird, cringe politics. Yeah, here it is. Asmongold cleans his room. Mold warning.
Okay, so here we are.
Copyrighted music.
We're gonna clean the room, and we're gonna get some of this stuff taken care of.
Well, we'll mute it so Owl City doesn't nuke my stream. But here's the desk next to him, and that's of course where he starts. The black trash bag. Yeah, mold warning in the title means, oh yeah, let's see some of that mold. Yeah, boy. Yeah. We call that the gamer fuzz. Look at that gamer fuzz, guys. Dude, holy shit. Yeah, boy! Let's go! Holy shit! You can't even tell what that used to be anymore. I think that used to be spaghetti. Because he showed another one and it was red sauce with a few spots of this mold. This is clearly an older one where the mold is no longer spots but has grown into sort of a film over his old spaghetti. I think I used to eat these. These are like these little white... like things, and you peel the top off and it's like red spaghetti. I used to eat a lot of those red spaghettis. Oh man. Yeah, I would guess it takes a long time for them to get that moldy. He also must not be finishing them, right? Because like I would assume that if you just polish it off, it would just dry out and it wouldn't even have time to mold. But he leaves so much food in these that like there's enough liquid for it to mold over to this degree and to form like a bacterial culture of sorts. It's so cool. It's like a science experiment. He's got like a bunch. He could potentially form like the cordyceps fungus. Like he could like expose himself to so many funguses so much that they eventually develop the ability to like grow in humans. And then, bam, you've got The Last of Us. It happens. Ground Zero. Patient Zero. Asmongold in his room. Yeah, boy! Dude, you know that smells fucking rank. Dude, does he have no sense of smell? Mold smell. Oh, he touched it. No! Oh, no! Oh, he touched his fucking face. Oh, fuck. Right on his nose, near his eyes, too. Oh, yeah, buddy. Oh, it gets worse, too, because this is most replayed point. Somehow that wasn't the most replayed point. Oh, I think the cleaned area is the most replayed, is him showing off the final result.
I threw away my drink! Fuck, dude! I threw away my own drink! No, I fucking goddamn it!
I love him, dude. I love him. Fun fact, Asmongold fucked his GF in that room. I need you to understand that Asmongold with his bleeding gums absolutely tore up. I need you to know that Asmongold absolutely tore this shit up in that room. I need you guys to know that. Just went to Pound Town in that room. And she was down. Here's another picture of her. Here's a picture of her that's like a bit more flattering. This is Asmongold's ex-girlfriend, who he fucked in that room multiple times, 100%. He broke up with her, by the way, because his mom got sick and he had to take care of her. He broke up with her. Amicably. They're still friends, by the way. Even though they're not together anymore, they're still friends. Incels have no excuse. They really don't. And she's not a gold digger either. She's independently wealthy and, like, still continues to be friendly with him despite them no longer being in a relationship, and they're on really good terms from what I've seen. Like, always talking positively about him, coming onto his stream and stuff. Like, probably not a gold digger based on the vibe. Just, incels have no excuses. Even if you're a fucking scrawny, like you just have to be a nice, funny guy, and you can land yourself a bad bitch. Even being, like, the quintessential neat. There's really no other like way to say it than you can get yourself a bad bitch. You absolutely can. It's not even like, oh, you can still find love. You can find yourself a bad bitch who will be obsessed with you. If you are simply a nice, funny, likable guy, it is simply that easy. The women's bar for men is in like the depths of Dante's Inferno, okay? It is in like the furthest, lowest circle of hell. Like, you don't even know, bro. You don't even fucking know. Doesn't Asmon have a sizable incel viewer base? More recently, yeah. Though that might change. Can confirm. Yeah, like every woman in chat will just be like, yeah, totally, yeah. Can confirm, yeah. Yeah, like looks actually don't matter that much as hell. I mean, it seems like you don't even have to be that hygienic based on Asmongold, though it would definitely help. It would definitely help. If you can be a nice guy and you can be funny and likable and also have good hygiene and put some like effort into your appearance and fitness, you win. You just win. You pick the girlfriend. You win. There's like, you won the sexual marketplace or whatever. Like, that's literally the peak of women's standards. The only women who would like consider anything about you at that point, like ick or something, you're dodging a bullet. Like, at that point, you can have the pick. Women will like you. It's that easy. So the opposite of Asmongold is Hassan? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, honestly. Although Hassan himself is starting to grow quite the, like, not quite incel, but certainly anti-Semitic viewer base, so not too far off. Anyway. Jesus Christ, Pepper T21, I guess so. All right. With that said, I think it's about time for us to hop into the next segmentarino. Oh yeah, this will be a good one. This will be a fun palate cleanser from that Freedomtoons segment that poisoned us. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is going to be a little bit of a palate cleanser from that Freedomtoons segment we did earlier, because this is actually a positive topic. We've got some good news here. You see, how many of you guys are familiar with the premier news guy on all of YouTube who, thank God, years ago, dethroned Keemstar and Drama Alert, Philip DeFranco? I'm gonna guess it's all of you know who Philly D is. He's very famous. He's very well known. He's pretty well liked too. I like Philly D. However, I don't lack criticisms for him. There have been some cases where he has, disappointingly, being the guy who is trusted and known for news reporting, where he's jumped the gun and reported some things falsely. A good example of this was when I was actually interviewed by the New York Times, along with a bunch of other people, for an article on right-wing YouTube radicalization. Back in 2019, this was, a while ago. I was interviewed by the New York Times. It was really cool. And then the New York Times journalist emailed me when the article hit. And that article was that famous alt-right pipeline video that was mainly focused on Faraday Speaks, the guy who made that one viral alt-right pipeline video. But I was also contacted and talked to, as was I think Destiny, ContraPoints, PhilosophyTube might have been contacted too. I think Hassan might have also been contacted as well, and has a quote in the article too. It was like a big moment for me that I was getting interviewed alongside the guy who made that one viral video that was the talk of the town, Destiny, Hassan, ContraPoints, and fucking me getting interviewed by the New York Times for an article. It was huge, right? So obviously I was very excited about any response or coverage of the article, you know? I was somewhat close to it, and I knew that the person making it was genuine, right? Now, when the article came out, as a matter of fact, I wonder if I can bring it up. New York... Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Here's the article. Now, when you look at the article, you'll see a lot of content creators. Some of them are political, some of them are not. One of the non-political ones here is Philip DeFranco. Now, when you read the article, it starts out like this. It's got this collage, but as you scroll, creators start to disappear. First, you get Dave Rubin, Philip DeFranco, and that talk show, that nightly talk show, because these are non-right-wing content creators. And you scroll, and a few more mainstream figures that aren't really right-wing disappear. And you scroll, and you scroll, and you scroll, and the last figures to disappear are the most far-right. As you can imagine, this took a bit of work. Stefan Molyneux at the time was probably the most prominent alt-righter at the time. Look, there's still even some bugs. See this? The way the text goes past, because designing this is a little hard and sometimes there are bugs. Well, when this article dropped, this graphic had a bug that literally sent Philip DeFranco into a rage, shit-talking this exact article. Outright claiming that Kevin Roose, the guy who wrote it, is a piece of shit and a liar. Just outright lambasting this article. All because when you would scroll down, there was a bug, just like this one, where this text doesn't fade away when it's supposed to, where Philip DeFranco stayed. As you would scroll by, even well into reading the article down here, Philip DeFranco's image dragged down to here. So it almost looked like Philip DeFranco was suggested to be more far-right than Stefan Molyneux and Lauren Southern and Milo Yiannopoulos, right? Or Alex Jones or fucking Paul Joseph Watson. Now, this was very evidently a simple bug in web design for an article and like a collage for scrolling down to the article. Philip DeFranco lost his mind over this, completely disregarded every claim made in it, called it crazy and insane, and jumped on board with the bandwagon of saying that the YouTube doesn't have an alt-right radicalization problem, because he was so personally offended at his interpretation that this article was calling him far-right. Mind you, this is a guy whose job it is to report the news, who jumped the gun, got angry, and freaked out over a glitch in a collage for an effect in an article bugging out. Because his is clearly meant to disappear literally first. Like, the first thing of things that disappears is Philip DeFranco and 2 other people. It bugged out and didn't disappear even when you scrolled to this point, because it was clearly a mistake, and he lost his mind over it. And so I felt very disillusioned with Philly D back in 2019. I even made a video about this. You can probably find it if you go digging for it, where I go over this very situation. And since then, despite liking Philly D and his content and stuff, I've always had like almost a critical eye when viewing anything he reports, because I can't help but remember that time I was close to a story and he did not do his due diligence in reporting on it properly, you know? That shook my trust a little bit. And since then, Philly D has occasionally been frustratingly centrist, but this is where things turn around. I am happy to report that in recent years, honestly, but especially in the last few months leading up to the election, Philip DeFranco has stopped sitting on the fence as much, especially when so many stories he's had to cover involve Trump just lying. Like, Philly D is not so much of a centrist that he's willing to, like, believe a lie because the Republicans say it's unfair to them to not believe it. Because that's basically how the Republicans operate. They scream into your face that you're being unfair to them if you refuse to believe the lie they just told you. Like, what do you mean you're challenging that? What do you mean you're fact-checking that? What? This is anti-conservative discrimination, right? That's how they react to fact-checking, community notes. They add that feature to YouTube first. Like, the idea, like, if you make a video about climate change, they add a note that like references the consensus on that topic, like the Holocaust, climate change. The right lost their mind over that, right? So, as you can imagine, Philip DeFranco, he's not willing to just accept lies that he knows are lies because he's afraid the right will accuse him of being unfair to them. He does have a spine, after all, even if he did sit on the fence for quite some time. So lately, due to the fact that the right has gotten especially overt in their lies, and they always have been, but man, lately it's gotten crazy even for the centrists to make excuses for in a lot of cases. The Haitian dogs migrant thing that happened, Haitian migrants eating dogs lie that they told and then immediately tried to memory hole the second they admitted it was a lie on accident because J.D. Vance is stupid and has no charisma and doesn't know how to keep the grift going, I guess. Like, they just memory hole it, right? But Philip DeFranco's job has been to report on all this stuff, and it's gotten to the point now where he's just calling out what he sees. And today, or not today, a couple days ago, a few days ago, following the appearance that Kamala Harris had on Fox News, Philip DeFranco covered it. And the way he covered it, mind you, to an audience of nearly 1 million people in 3 days, this is one of the biggest news channel, I think, on YouTube that's, like, independent and not, like, connected to a big network or something. He held nothing back in his evaluation of that debate. Oh, my God. I want you to know that Philip DeFranco is not this, like, left-wing politics channel, right? I assume he probably has a progressive lean in his community. That's definitely for sure. But, like, he mostly has a normie, arguably centrist audience. And this video, or I should say specifically his coverage of this debate, is some of the best journalism taking apart the lies of Trump and the Republicans and their attempts to smear Kamala after she won that debate on Fox News I've seen. Like, it's really good. And the fact that Philip DeFranco is now just like, yeah, so the Republicans are lying about this, this, and that. There's no debate about it. It's like, sure, you can vote Republican if you want, but let's not pretend like you're basing your vote on any type of truth or like true observation of the world. He's just become very matter of fact about about the fact that Republicans are liars and they're harmful and evil. So let's go ahead and watch this clip and see some very nice palate cleansing in the form of a very large influential content creator holding nothing back against Trump and the Republican establishment.
DeFranco. But then, with just 19 days from Election Day, which, by the way, go to vote.org, you can check your registration status there and/or register to
Based
vote.
Philly
In
D, of
states like
course.
Pennsylvania, for example, you still have until October 21st. You can find your local polling station and even set reminders so you can have a plan. But with us so close to Election Day, both candidates have been making major media appearances left and right, with some being more unexpected than others. Vice President Kamala Harris, for example, appeared on Fox News for an interview with Bret Baier, with that being a big part of an effort that she's had to appeal to independent voters who watch that channel more than on CNN and MSNBC.
Mind you, this is the debate where we watch the Freedomtoons video, and his only way of, like, making Kamala look bad, but he has to make a video about that debate, is he depicts her as screaming the whole time until she literally explodes. But here's the actual debate, I guess, because if you didn't know, she doesn't scream at all or explode in the real debate. That was actually made up by Freedomtoons because the right doesn't have any arguments. They just kind of have middle school insults.
As well as, trying to get more classic, moderate Republicans and conservative women who might be willing to break away from Trump. And this is we also saw Trump doing 2 different town hall style appearances. One that also aired on Fox News where he took questions from an all-woman audience in Georgia in a bid to try to get traction with that demographic as polls continue to show he has a serious gender gap problem. And then the second essentially being the same style, though him appearing at Univision where he spoke with Latino voters. Voters who are predicted to make up as much as 15% of eligible voters this year and are likely to play an absolutely essential game-changing role in key swing states that have high Latino populations like Arizona and Nevada. And that also coming after Harris held her own Univision town hall last week. And while we saw both of them largely hitting their usual talking points on key topics like the economy,
Imagine Arizona
immigration,
goes blue.
democracy, and other issues, there were also a number of very significant viral moments that have kind of taken over the news cycle. Like, for example, in the Fox News interview, which, by the way, was less of an interview and it was more like Bret Baier attacking, debating, and trying to bait Harris, with him at one point trying to get Harris to say something really negative about Trump supporters, right? Try to get that Hillary Clinton deplorable moment.
Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States, why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be.
I love this attempt at a gotcha there from this interviewer. Like, so you say that Trump is fascist, but almost half the country supports him. Does that mean you think almost half the country are stupid and they support a fascist? And I love her response. It's running for president. It's not supposed to be easy. Of course, nearly half the country opposes me. That's how elections work. My opinion of Trump doesn't mean I have a negative opinion of his voters, which is actually a really good route, because you could argue that Hillary Clinton and that basket of deplorables comment, as true and correct as it was, to undecided voters made Hillary look like she was attacking Americans. It almost fulfilled the prophecy that Republicans made of her. While Kamala Harris's rhetoric, even when criticizing Trump and when they try to make it another basket of deplorables quote, she refuses to let them. She refuses. Watch her do that. Watch her refuse to let them make her say the second deplorable quote, the next big thing they use against her.
It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone.
So are they misguided, the 50%?
Listen,
are they stupid? What is
God,
it?
I would never say that about the American people.
So you tried
And
hard.
in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump.
See how hard he's trying? He's trying so hard to get her to insult Trump voters, to get those median, undecided people to think she's attacking Americans, and she refuses to let the trick work. That's why Freedomtoons had to depict this interview as just her screaming and then exploding, I guess, and why conservatives refuse to engage with this, because she's brilliant here. It's just they all they can really do is make fun of lefties saying she's brilliant here because they made a skit where she screamed. And that's what actually happened, guys. Don't be mistaken. By watching what really went down, that cartoon video made by a conservative pundit is what actually happened.
If you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked.
You guys got to remember, for men and conservative men especially, a woman being this forceful is screaming and having a meltdown. You got to remember, especially if for even a frame, if for even one of the 60 frames per second of this interview, she makes a funny face, she's triggered and crazy, and how could you possibly vote for someone who could make such an insane looking face? How? Clearly, what makes a good president is the resting faces they have, or whether or not you can catch them making a funny face in a still frame. Come on, guys.
Asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster.
Adore the fact that Trump compares himself to the mob and the mafia. I did that the last stream I did. Like, he is literally just a mafia boss. He compares himself to Al Capone. I love it. Literally the guy that they invented the concept of RICO charges for, to go after. Amazing. Yeah, actually, he is a lot like Al Capone in that way. He is pretty much, if Al Capone managed to run a successful political campaign, monetizing the retardation of populist internet fervor.
No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy.
Philly D is going to call out himself in a second, which is what I love so much about his coverage here, but I'm going to point this out first and foremost. They deliberately play a clip there of him responding and walking back what she's talking about there. Now, Philly D is going to play the clip, but since it's Fox News, when they say, let's cut to a clip of Trump, of course they're going to show the clip of Trump that makes him look good. But Philly D, for any Fox News viewers that might watch his content too, is going to inform them on what she's actually referring to. Not Trump walking back the thing that she was criticizing, but the actual thing he said that she was criticizing.
Within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you.
That was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom
triggered.
line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both...
I love how much of, like, there's something about this guy's face. Why does he look like a not attractive Patrick Bateman? Like, in the sense that he's got this, like, waxy look, you know? For those that don't know, the actor fucking Christian Bale, who plays Patrick Bateman, based Patrick Bateman's personality off of my least favorite actor, who I hate, Tom Cruise. Because Christian Bale has always gotten the vibe that Tom Cruise is a psycho, and he's like a literal like murder. Well, he knows about like he knows where the body of that like Scientology leader, the wife, is. He knows where that wife's body is buried or hidden. Like he's part of like the conspiracy of the Church of Scientology. They kill people, they disappear people. He knows where bodies are. Like Tom Cruise is almost certainly complicit in murders to cover up like people speaking out and whistleblowers in the Church of Scientology. And because that's been such a known thing, especially in Hollywood among other actors, Christian Bale based the American Psycho Patrick Bateman's character off of Tom Cruise. And there's something so much that vibe of Tom Cruise and Christian Bale in American Psycho, that vibe, both in look, the face he's making, because this is a fake face. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, he's doing this like weird smug, like, yeah, we know what we just did with that whole clip thing. I think it's also the plastic surgery. I'm noticing it now. This man has had a lot of Botox injections. It could be that too. Do you think, is it the Botox injections, do you think? Look at his eyebrows. That's what gives it away. The eyebrows, the lips, the cheeks. Look, Botox. I think that's what it is. I think it's the amount. He looks so fake, like he has a fake face, because he has so much Botox. Like, there's a bit of Botox, which is one thing, but he has so much that his face is frozen. That's what it is, dude. He's Botoxed his face into the permanent smug DreamWorks face. Holy shit. Okay, it finally clicked for me. All right.
Know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people.
Dude, how fucking raw would it be if Kamala Harris called out how much Botox that guy has? That would be fucking fire, bro. Holy shit. Like, could you imagine, like, Kamala Harris just rolls out some burn on the amount of Botox that guy's got in his skin? Like... I don't know, just like a comment like, hey, don't get too close to me. I don't want to catch the botulism all over your face. Just be funny.
People. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the President of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what...
This is why the conservatives have depicted her as, like, screaming and exploding in their, like, animations and stuff. Because if they show the clip, then, like, even out of context, it looks good because what she's saying is so powerful. It's like, it's genuinely just conviction, right? When a man yells his opinion and is unapologetic about it, and doesn't care what anybody thinks about that opinion, it's brave and strong and admirable. When Trump does it, when Kamala does it, she's angry, she's losing her cool, she's triggered. This is a big part of the double standard that women in general are held to, and it's a big part of why it's so hard for a woman to win the election, is that when a woman engages in the same level of conviction that any male presidential candidate is expected to engage in, it is massively disproportionately viewed by the right as losing your cool. And even, like, undecided voters, particularly men, who've been socialized to see women not being meek and quiet as a problem, they see this as, like, an issue, a flaw. It's why those man-on-the-street incel creators love, like, asking people, how long until we end up in another war having a female president, you know? Because, like, the dudes who watch this kind of shit and think, oh, yeah, she's losing her cool here. They're like, oh, yeah, she's going to have her period, and then she's going to start World War III. They said this about Hillary, a woman who has definitely gone through menopause, by the way. So that was pretty funny. But I've never expected conservatives to understand female biology. They shouldn't start anytime soon.
Is at stake.
You know, I want to break down what's going on here because what Harris said is completely correct. And what Fox News is doing is incredibly manipulative and misleading. Right? Harris is explicitly referencing this comment that Trump made while literally talking to Fox News earlier this week when he was asked if he expects there to be chaos from outside agitators, and he responded.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
With Trump also making a similar comment at another point in that interview.
We have two enemies. We have the outside enemy, and then we have the enemy from within. And the enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries.
With him then going on to specifically target Representative Adam Schiff, even directly calling him the enemy within at one point, while also using anti-Semitic tropes. Right? And those comments have been widely condemned as...
Philly D's cooking here. And this has been a lot of his reporting lately. I occasionally hop in and watch a Philly D video if it appeals to me, like the topics that he's covering. And I didn't know he was going to be covering this, and it hit me by surprise to see how good his coverage was. And it's been getting better by the week as we get closer to the election. A large part of it is the fact that the Republicans push a narrative. And you can't escape it. So obviously, big content creators, even Philly D, a non-political figure, has to talk about it. But he also has to talk about the fact that there's no evidence for it. And then the Republicans get disproven, whether it be by experts or J.D. Vance admitting it was made up in order to get attention. And then Philly D reports on that. which of course gets the reality of the situation in front of more people. But when you're the guy whose job it is to report on these situations, and you see one side is lying nonstop and the other side is genuinely doing their best to run this country well, it starts to be impossible to sit on the fence anymore if you're a genuine, honest person who cares about anything. And Philly D is all those above. And so over time, I've noticed as his content has drifted from him being the kind of guy who overreacts and freaks out and shit talks that article talking about the alt-right rabbit hole on YouTube and denies its existence because he felt attacked, to now doing some of the most well-rounded journalism in regards to what is currently being discussed and looked at. When it comes to Kamala's Fox News interview, he's like, well, no, she was clearly referring to this, which we talked about in a story earlier this week. So Fox News, they're being clearly misleading here, and he calls it out. And it's just so nice to see that the right has really begun to push their goodwill that has allowed them to get away with, like, everyone just accepting their lies because they don't want to, like, offend the Republicans and you know, oppress them by fact-checking them, I guess. Now it's just like people aren't that willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the right anymore. The same thing that happened in like 2017, 2018 when the anti-SJW Gamergate era fell. The big popular people stopped giving the benefit of the doubt to the weirdos. They started believing what the weirdos said they were and not mentally saying, oh, some 4D chess must be at play. It must be more complicated than it looks. Gotta be fair, gotta be nonpartisan.
Is yet another instance of Trump using increasingly authoritarian rhetoric and threatening violence against his political opponents. And so by showing that different clip of Trump claiming he's not threatening anyone,
good
Bear
God,
and
he
his
looks
team
like
over
a
at Fox
wax.
News-
Oh my God, guys. Holy shit, guys, we found one. You're not gonna believe it, chat. I want you to get a nice, good look at this guy right here. Get a nice, good look at him. We found him. Holy shit. The town from is real. One of the monsters fucking escaped, dude. One of them walks among us. The resemblance is uncanny, bro. Like, dude, low-key, down to like, oh my God, man. We're not safe. One of them is among us.
They're trying to downplay and normalize the fact that Trump literally said he would send the military after his perceived enemies. He's talking about American politicians and American...
Not gonna lie, casting agent should absolutely find and contact this guy and see if he wants to play one of the monsters in From. Hate this dude, he's a demon, but also, dude, he would be perfect to play one of the monsters in From. That is such an unsettling smile, bro. Holy shit. Best roast ever? Yeah, the best roast is saying that this dude would do amazing as one of the monsters in From. Like, genuinely. Also, this guy would be perfect to design a Titan after. Like a mindless Titan. I could imagine that, like, this dude's face on a Titan. It would be perfect.
Citizens in America. With also something else that Bear left out there. The fact that Trump literally made those enemy within comments again at the same Fox News town hall that Bear is using to claim that Trump isn't making threats.
It is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous. They're Marxists and communists and fascists, and they're sick. They're dangerous for our country. We have China, we have Russia, we have all these countries. If you have a smart president, they can all be handled.
Remember, America likes fascism, but hates the word fascism. It's like Stormfront and the boys said. The American people love what I have to say. They just don't like the word Nazi. That's why Trump and a lot of Republicans, literal fascists, love to use fascist as an insult because the American people fought against fascists. Like, we fought them in World War II. We don't like fascism, that word, in America. It's why the right argues that they're not fascists, because if you prove they're fascists, it's considered a thought-terminating cliche. Most people immediately decide, oh, they're bad. They are part of a group that we all agree is bad. Most people don't believe fascism is okay, which is why the debate has never been is fascism good? Is fascism bad? Even with the Republicans, it's always been not only are they fascists or are they not, but it's been, are the left the real fascists? It kind of goes back to the fact that the right has also for a long time had to accuse the left of being the real bigots, the real regressives. They recognize that their true beliefs, what they genuinely fight for, is so unpopular that they have to say it's what the left wants and the left is to convince their own supporters to support them. They have to convince their own supporters they're the ones in favor of worker reforms, for example, in order to get their votes. Because in reality, even the Republican voters are in favor of Democrat policies. The Republicans are just really good at tricking those Republicans into thinking they're Republican policies.
The more difficult are, the Pelosi's, these people, they're so sick and they're so evil.
It's so weird how Brett and Fox News cut that clip. Why would they do that? What a crazy
Why?
accident. Because obviously Fox News and Brett, they wouldn't want to mislead their viewers. They wouldn't do that just to prove fealty to their audience of one, right? That would be crazy. But with all that said, if you didn't watch that full interview, I'm going to link to it down below. It's definitely worth a watch. She stands her own. She's strong doing it.
He goes on
really
here.
Solid points
He
when
continues
Brett
to
Baer is
cook.
not trying to talk over her. Or things like Baer trying to use almost half the interview to talk about immigration and border security, which Harris ended up using as an opportunity to raise awareness of the fact that Donald Trump killed the bipartisan border bill. Or spreading the word that Democrats and even Republicans are trying to deal with the issue, but Donald Trump has held that back so he can try to be a hero. And then also at one point, he even played a Trump campaign ad that noted her previous support for prisoners receiving gender-affirming surgery and claiming, as he did in the debate, that she is in favor of taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens. With Baer then going on to ask,
so are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
Kamala Harris, are you still in favor of cutting open pregnant women, taking their unborn babies out a week before their scheduled due date, and then butchering them? Are you still in favor of that? How much of the Americans' tax dollars do you plan to dedicate to that initiative? Just want to know, Kamala, how much of Americans' tax dollars are going to the baby butchering initiative? Just need to know. How many dollars did you say again? Just curious. How much did you say you were going to do again? I didn't hear you the first time. And then every time she tries to say, I never said this, I don't believe this, it's like, no. How many did you say again? Oh. It's like, gotta love conservative journalists, huh? Gotta fucking love these people.
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
But again, you can and should watch the whole interview, come to your own conclusion, and I'll link to it down below. But then, switching gears to Trump, he had a number of viral clips, though it was for different reasons. Starting with Trump's all-woman.
What I love about this is that Fox News being the hosts of that debate means that they control the perception that you can have of the debate, right? Like, the clips they chose to show to make her look bad in conjunction with her, that's the only version of the debate you really get to see until Philip DeFranco comes along and says, oh, by the way, here's the actual clips she's referring to, not the ones Fox News conveniently cut together to play on their platform where they have fealty to the other candidate in order to make the one they're against look bad. It's really, really effective because there are a good amount of Fox News watchers and people who probably saw that debate only through Fox News's lens that are seeing this and they're like, oh, that's what she was referring to? He said that? Why would Fox News cut that? At least a good few people had to have had that line of thought. Not every conservative content viewer and every sad, poor motherfucker who's fallen for Trump's grift is an awful human being who's had their darkest sensibilities appealed to by Republicans. A lot of them are genuinely just ignorant in every sense of the word.
in town hall, where Wilbert asked Harris 0 questions about reproductive rights. That topic and a disgusting response to it ended up going viral, because at one point, Fox News host Harris Faulkner made a comment about Amber Nicole Thurman. She's a 28-year-old mother who died a preventable death in 2022 as a result of Georgia's restrictive abortion laws, according to an investigation by ProPublica. A death that many have laid at Donald Trump's feet because he put in Supreme Court justices that reversed Roe v. Wade. Before Trump's town hall in Georgia, her family held a press call to talk about how her death was preventable. But when Faulkner mentioned that call to Trump, we saw this.
Yeah, in a good few red states, the full hysterectomy surgery my mom had to get, life-saving by the way, would be illegal. Or at the very least, doctors would refuse to provide it. It's just lucky that my mom could come stay with me here in fucking Washington, not only a very progressive place, but a place with amazing hospitals and doctors, to get that procedure. Because if it was Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, hell, best case scenario is the doctors are too afraid to perform the life-saving procedure. There have been a lot of near deaths and deaths due to bad miscarriages, ectopic pregnancies, growths, endometriosis, just like extreme endometriosis, I should say. Just there are so many ways in which the like reproductive system can be fucky, and they can be life-threatening, and like this is one of the things that I need like my cis woman audience to know, especially if you're younger. It is a little bit of a touchy subject, but it's fucking important. Periods should not be painful. Like they should be like it's expected. There will be discomfort, but it's not normal for periods to literally be like you're in bed, writhing in pain, bleeding immensely for a week or more. There are a lot of women, adult women, whose lives are this: once a month, they're like in immense pain, but like and dysfunctional. It's like being sick with COVID when they get period cramps. The bleeding is like immense, right? There are a lot of adult women I've known in my life who have had these periods and they accept it as normal. It is not. The older that I've gotten and the more that I've learned about like medicine and reproductive health, the more that I've found that a normal period is supposed to be uncomfortable and a bit unpleasant, but the insane pain that I've seen a lot of women assume is normal is not, and is usually like a lot of the time associated with health complications that you should really get checked out, because it's not normal. And more often than not, the reason it's considered normal is that men, sometimes women, but more often than not men, at some point in the line of advice claimed, oh, that's normal. You're supposed to bleed that much. The cramps are supposed to hurt that much. Stop complaining. Every girl goes through this. It's not normal. If it's unbearable, if you're thinking like, how do other women go through this and continue to function? It's not normal. And like I said, even moms can push this idea, usually because, as I said before, at some point in the line of advice, a man said it's normal. Maybe your grandpa told your mom those painful periods that run in the family, they're normal. They're not. They're not. These complications are so much more common than I thought, like insanely so, and they can be life-threatening, and in the best case scenario, they can be life-ruining. And countless women are living their lives right now under the assumption that they're like debilitating periods they have every month are totally normal because they've been told their whole lives, yeah, period cramps are supposed to hurt so bad you're bedlocked for a week. They're like, the blood is supposed to be so much it soaks your underwear and pants when it starts. That's not a normal period. Like, cis women audience, I hope you know. I know I'm a man saying this, but I hope that a man saying this helps to reaffirm how fucking true it is. That's not normal.
This interaction.
Amber Thurman's family have come
seek
out
medical
on a press
care.
call, and they're doing what's called a pre-buttal 2-hour town hall right now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Mind you, the reason why I have to say this is because, especially the older you are, you probably didn't have apt health classes that would have taught you this when they should have, by the way. Like, for some reason, like, what a period is supposed to be like is apparently not taught or wasn't taught for a long time, because far too many women have, like, endometriosis and find out when they're 25 years old, and they're like, oh, that's why I'm bedbound and vomiting whenever I get my period for a week. Huh. I thought that was normal. No, it's really not. Please get help.
And I want to
get better ratings, I promise.
Right, and so that blew up because you have the former president literally mocking the grieving family of a woman who died. And also, if you're wondering why you can hear so many people laughing at that moment, it's probably because it's since been reported that the town hall was packed with his local supporters, which is a fact that Fox did not disclose. And in fact, at times, Fox literally edited the broadcast from its original recording to take out moments where they vocally expressed support. This including cutting one woman who had asked a question mid-sentence to remove a bite of her saying she was already voting for Trump, as well as cutting out a clip where Trump asked the crowd who they were voting for, with attendees then literally chanting Trump, Trump. But with all that said, I think the clip that's gotten the most traction came from the unit.
Because remember, the framing of it is this is just a random selected audience, not a bunch of Trump supporters who came to see him speak. So them laughing and clapping at what he says, if you assume or you go with the framing of it as just a random group of people, it looks like left, right, and center, everyone loves Trump when he speaks. That's the perception you're supposed to get.
Univision town hall. That's because of this question and answer between a man who says that he's a Republican, though no longer.
I wonder how much of like Adolf Hitler's speaking skills being so good, as historians like to say, is actually like Nazi propaganda. Looking at it now, it would not have been hard for the Nazis to fake Hitler being a good speaker. Like, sure, he was energetic. You can tell that even if you can't speak German. But like, how much you want to bet there were plenty of like Nazi rallies where like Hitler's just up there stumbling and murmuring and mush-mouthing and falling asleep and like farting and burping and looking retarded. Like that had to have happened plenty. And when anyone called it out, they got executed and the footage destroyed because it's Nazi Germany and everything's on film back then and you can burn the film. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Hitler was a lot like Trump in the fact that like 9 out of 10 times he probably made himself look like a fucking retard on stage, but then there was that like 1 out of 10 times where you could take it and you could frame it and clip it and make Hitler look like he was this amazing public speaker. I bet Hitler being a great public speaker is Nazi propaganda. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. I think he appealed to dumb fucks and they thought he was a good public speaker. And that's why people remember him that way. That's why history remembers him that way. I'd be willing to bet that.
Longer registered, and Donald Trump, as well as the audience reactions to it as Trump's answer. And so this guy says he wants to give Trump.
Hitler was hopped up on meth all the time. There's no way dude wasn't like schizo rambling half the time, right? Like, I guess that is what he got famous for, was schizo rambling about Jews controlling the world, but fuck.
Trump a chance to win back his vote, but then he hits on 3 things.
Your, I'd say action and maybe inaction during your presidency and the last few years sort of, was a little disturbing to me. What happened during January 6th and the fact that, you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol. Coronavirus, I thought the public was misled during coronavirus and that many more lives could have been saved if we would have been informed better. And also
So this is one situation. I guess I should probably prepare you guys for this talking point because you might need to be ready for it. And if you don't know this, then you could end up getting easily trounced in a way where you really shouldn't. So the way the right behaved during COVID through the entirety of it was absolutely unacceptable and indefensible. Health organizations around the world all agree that Trump's handling of COVID was like the worst of any world leader in the world. However, the whole fire Fauci, kill, execute Fauci thing, as insane as it was, there is sadly a single shred of truth in the hatred for Fauci. Go back to the 80s, the 70s and whatnot. Fauci was awful when it came to the AIDS epidemic. Like, really bad. Like, if you go back and you look at Fauci's record when it came to AIDS, it was not good. So there is actually a basis to go off of with like Fauci bad, right? Even if you're middle of the road or left-leaning, there was a route to convince people Fauci's a piece of shit. They had ammo wherever. Now, during COVID, there was one thing that Fauci did that really fucked the left in regards to this argument. At the time, people were panic buying. Toilet paper, food, water. You couldn't get anything. It was famously, this was the case. And one of the things that were obviously getting bought out like crazy because it was a pandemic and everyone knows they work was masks. N95 masks. The ones that are just like that like mesh material. And you put them on, they're white and blue. The basic N95s. Those things were just you couldn't get them. Like, the country was running out of them, whether they be on shelves, whether they be available for purchase in bulk by the government to provide to health professionals that are federally paid and like operated. There wasn't enough. And because there wasn't enough respirators, N95 masks, just PPE equipment across the board because it was getting panic bought out, Fauci did something of arguable intelligence. You could make the case that it was smart to do this. You can make the case that it was wrong morally, but still smart. You can make the case that it was actually right and smart. There's a lot of ways you could go about it, but the right has had a very easy time taking this technically true thing and using it to push hate against Fauci and distrust of other medical institutions. Because medical professionals so badly needed the PPE that was being bought out, and the country as a whole, people and the government, were not able to access it as much, Fauci lied. Fauci did lie, and it's very possible people died because of the lie. Fauci said the masks don't help. Who remembers? Who remembers? It's easy to forget because it was 2019 or 2020, early 2020, but Fauci claimed the masks don't help. Now, at the time, he said there was no evidence that the masks help. There was. Internally, they had full evidence. They fully knew the masks help. And Fauci lied and said they don't for a short period. Long enough that medical professionals could stock up, the government could stock up, people would stop panic buying because a decent amount might believe that it's not worth it. Because the fact was, ideally, the American people would self-isolate, quarantine, and would allow the PPE to be bought out by medical professionals who need it in hospitals for those that have been infected. Because the masks were only necessary for everybody once we decided we were sending everybody back to work, we weren't quarantining anything, we weren't having any curfews, and we're just going to half-ass dealing with COVID, basically, because Trump was president. And that's what America did. We half-assed it. We handled it wrong at every turn. Fauci, I think, had good intentions when he lied and said the masks didn't help. But he still undeniably lied. People still probably died because of it. And frankly, it doesn't matter how much truth there is to that story, even though it fully is true. If even a shred of it was, they would have enough ammo to get their base riled up against Fauci. And so this is the small shred of truth you need to know about that the right has used for their Fire Fauci, fuck medical science movement they've started, the anti-vax movement as a whole. All goes back to Fauci with the AIDS epidemic and Fauci lying about masks helping. You need to know these things and be prepared to respond if a conservative in, say, an argument or a debate ever brings those things up, because they are true. You won't be able to just like Google it and then be like, oh, no, that's a lie, because it is true. But now you know why it was done, at least.
People in your administration who don't support you. I'm curious how people so close to you and your administration no longer want to support you. So why would I want to support you? If you would answer these questions for me, I would really appreciate it and give you the opportunity. There's, your own vice president doesn't want to support you now.
Now, with that question, Donald Trump tries to minimize how much of his former cabinet do not support him, then minimizing the situation with Pence, saying he just disagrees with what he did, and then Trump significantly talking about January 6th like this.
Very importantly, you had hundreds of thousands of people come to Washington. They didn't come because of me. They came because of the election. They thought the election was a rigged election, and that's why they came. Some of those people went down to the Capitol. I said peacefully and patriotically, nothing done wrong at all, nothing done wrong. And action was taken, strong action. Ashley Babbitt was killed. Nobody was killed. There were no guns down.
So when we talk about Trump's brain literally melting, this is what we mean. He's been doing this lately where he says a thing didn't happen, except it did, and then moves on. What? Yeah, like that's literally because he has dementia, guys. Like Trump actually is like everything that they joked about Biden being. Like the whole like he's like aging out of being functional enough to be president. Yeah, that's Trump. Like he's literally. Do you remember the other a year ago? He said that the revolutionary soldiers under George Washington stormed the airports of the British. They've been huffing copium about that one for about a year now, saying, no, he didn't mean airport. He actually meant the ports. It's like, why'd he say airport? Like, how, like, what is the excuse here? The dude's just fucking stupid.
Down there, we didn't have guns. The others had guns, but we didn't have guns. And when I say we, these are people that walked down. This was a tiny percentage.
Like, he keeps accidentally telling himself, when I say we, I mean...
of the overall, which nobody sees and nobody shows. But that was a day of love from the standpoint of the millions. It's like hundreds of thousands.
A day of love.
It could have been the largest group I've ever...
A day of love, the day when the Confederate flag flew on the U.S. Capitol for the first time in the history of the world. That's true, by the way. The rioters that broke into the Capitol, they were waving Confederate flags, and it was actually historically, notably, the first time in U.S. history that the Confederate flag ever flew at the Capitol. Not even during the Civil War was that able to occur. But these invaders, literal traitor invaders, flew the enemy flag on the Capitol for the first time in history. The Confederate flag flew there. Yeah, they carried Confederate flags during, of course, they're Trump supporters. A bunch of them had Confederate flags on like poles that they were like marching around like banners. They were carrying them like war banners. There's a picture of the Capitol building with a guy with the Confederate flag like the size of a bedspread, like marching through the hallways. It was the first time in history that's ever happened that flag has ever flown in the Capitol.
Never spoken before. They asked.
It was not a day of love. That's what I mean.
Me to speak. I went and I spoke, and I used the term peacefully and patriotically. If you look at the Democrats, what they say, you look at Maxine Waters, and you look at Hillary Clinton, and you look at what they say, and
Hillary
they don't put that on. They only put
Lamau.
Republicans on. But they couldn't get me because of the fact that I said everything's got to be peaceful.
I somehow knew that 8 years later that like Trump and his supporters would still be saying, but what about Hillary? Isn't it crazy? 8 years later, Trump is still saying, but what about Hillary, in response to criticism of himself? To try and make his shortcomings look less bad, he's still bringing up Hillary 2 elections later almost. Or no, 2 elections later. Almost 3 elections later. He's still bringing up Hillary. Because remember, she won the popular vote. She beat Trump. If we had fair elections in this country where the people decided the next president, Hillary would have been president. Trump never would have touched his ass on that Oval Office chair. It's why the Republicans oppose the popular vote, that being the majority of votes in the country deciding who becomes president. Because if that was the case, then people would vote and not land. Land elected Donald Trump. Land elected every Republican who hasn't won the popular vote, which, to be fair, is more common. I don't believe a Democrat has ever won the presidency without winning the popular vote. It might have happened like a long time ago, but I don't think in recent history that's happened. But a lot of conservative victories as of late have been non-popular vote wins. You could actually, funnily enough, Trump is literally a DEI hire. Like, we literally have a system set up to make sure that Republicans can still win the election even if they lose every once in a while. That's that system, the Electoral College. And Trump won because of that system that exists as affirmative action for conservatives. That is what the Electoral College is. It's affirmative action for conservatives. It's so that Republican votes have more representation than Democrat votes, because the Democrat votes have always been such a high proportion. City dwellers have always voted more progressively, and cities have always had the highest population. So make vast tracts of land have more voting power than a condensed city with thousands of times more people than that vast tract of land has. Give them equal voting power so those Republican votes have literally more influence than a single Democrat vote. Make it unfair so the Republicans have a chance of winning. That is why that system exists.
And patriotic.
And again, just like with the Harris interview, I'm going to link down to the full interviews down below. You can watch them in full, be your own best judge. Because there's a lot in there. Trump talking about the debunked Haitian migrants eating cats and stuff. But yeah, ultimately, I'm going to end this segment by saying, one, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on everything that we've seen here.
Not just debunked, but his own dumbass vice president admitted they made it up.
And two, of course, a friendly reminder, vote. Good news, bad news, there's only 2.5 more weeks of me reminding you to do that. But then,
I gotta say, man, obviously I had a lot to say about the content that he showed itself because I can't help myself, but also I want to point out the main point of this video was how good Philip DeFranco's coverage is here. How he does not let Fox News and Trump get away with the lies that they spew. He was like, well, actually what she was referring to is this clip they conveniently cut out. It's very effective, especially when you consider this already has 1 million views in 2 days. There's a lot of Fox News viewers, or people who just saw that debate through Fox's framing, who now know what was actually going on. You'd have to explain the concept of population density to a Republican voter first. Well, you have to understand Republican voters like the Electoral College because they fully, without realizing the hypocrisy or the unfairness in it, believe that their votes should be worth more than Democrat votes because they view elections as unfair if they have too few people on their side to win the election. Like, Trump supporters don't see a situation where 10 people want a thing and 5 people want another thing and say, oh, I guess we should go with the thing the 10 people want because that wins the vote. They say, okay, well, it's an unfair vote because it's only 5 people that support the one thing. So we need to make it so that every one of the 5 people who support that thing, their votes are worth 2 votes. So we make it a little more fair, right? Like, that's how it operates. That is the situation at hand right now. Anyway, if you like this video, found it entertaining, enjoyable, or perhaps even educational, then please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up actually goes a long way to boost my channel in the algorithm, forcing YouTube in real time to show my content to new viewers, and it really does help the channel a ton. And of course, you can comment down below as well to boost the benefit of those likes. It really helps a lot as well. And you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video as well. Because trust me, they won't if you don't. Finally, or not finally, just yet, but you can follow my social medias linked down below in the description too, and join my fan Discord, the main hub of my community. It's totally free to join, and I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there, as well as announcing all my new uploads and streams. So if you don't want to miss anything, you want to be a part of my community, make sure to join the Discord, link down below in the description, and in chat, because the bot just posted it. On top of that, if you want to support me directly, you want to help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me though, even if you're a lurker and you just watch the streams and chill out, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again soon. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. The Trump McDonald's thing is fake. I'm glad I didn't do a segment on it then, War Penguin. Good segment? Hell yeah. So guys, the plan for this week is Friday, we're doing a watch party. Now, we can either do more Rings of Power or more Walking Dead. So I'm going to leave it up to a vote on Friday, what we do. But I'm going to guess it'll probably be Walking Dead because of Spooky Month. You know what? It's probably just Walking Dead because I want to make sure we stick with Walking Dead for Spooky Month. We only get so many Fridays in October. So we're going to be watching Walking Dead on Friday. But then, the Friday after next Friday, another 3 episodes of From. We've got 2 episodes out so far for the next watch party, but after next week, we'll have a third. Next Sunday night or Saturday night, we'll have a 3rd episode out, and 3 episode batches are ideal for watch parties. So we'll be able to do another From watch party the week after next week. This coming Friday is the last Friday of October. That is truly, unfortunately, the case, yes. However, like, the days after Halloween are also still kind of spooky. The early November is also kind of spooky, so it still works, you know? What episode of From are you on? I'm caught up on the show. What do you mean, Cammy Whammy? You think I'm, like, behind on From? You think I'm not watching that shit the second a new episode drops? Hey, Zan, why are you so handsome? Thank you. Hatred ages you and makes you ugly, believe it or not. Like, there's not a lot of hot conservatives, believe it or not. Like, the ones that do exist tend to get more attention, but, like, the average conservative is not the most attractive, at least in my experience. It's the mewing? Yeah, I mew every day, too. I mew for 12 hours a day in the mirror. I don't sleep. I just stand there in the mirror and I mew. I don't need to sleep. The mewing actually regenerates me. It recharges my energy. No breaks. Just 12 straight hours of mewing. No bathroom breaks, no food breaks, no water breaks. Just standing and staring into the mirror, doing this. So fucking stupid. Anyway. Alright, everybody. Zan, will you ever open a community Minecraft server? Yes, one day I will open a community Minecraft server. That will happen. Not quite yet. Probably in a little while. But I will open one. Probably when I'm over 100k subs, just because I want to know that it's going to have like a lot of engagement. But a good measure that I use to see how much attendance we would get, say, from a event like that is watch party viewership. And watch party viewership is good, but it's not insane. Like, we wouldn't even have, realistically, like, 100 total players on an official Minecraft server, and I'd have to pay to keep that going. And maybe even upgrade it to, like, make it, like, run well. So I would want to know there's a high amount of demand for it, and right now, based on watch parties, the demand is, like, 50 people. So not enough to do an official Minecraft server. So if you want me to think that it's worth doing, you got to come to the watch parties. Because that's my only metric to know how much engagement I'm going to get with other events that aren't related to my streams or my videos. So if you guys don't come to watch parties and you want there to be a Minecraft server, and you're just like, my view doesn't count, then maybe don't. Yeah, I have Minecraft 2, Zan, finally, thanks to our very own Perry Icefire. Hell yeah, Lefty Jenna. Hopefully we'll see you on the server. What's considered high? I don't know. Like, I would expect like 100 people wanting to join the server would mean there'd be like 10 to 15 people consistently playing, which is probably where I'd want to be. In order to, like, see it as like a valid investment. Is if like 10 to 15 people are at least on the server generally, most of the time. I think it'd take about that many people to sustain that kind of population. Otherwise, it'd just die. Especially if I don't play for a few days. I would love a Xander Hall server. Hell yeah. Well, okay then, TSW Shadow Wolf, but just know you're not going to be able to represent yourself with attendance. So when you don't show up, I'm not going to remember that you're not here because The Walking Dead scares you. I'm just going to assume, not a lot of people coming to watch parties. Seems like there's a lot less enthusiasm for these things now. Sorry, guys, but that's all I can be left to assume when there's not a lot of attendance. But regardless, I do appreciate everybody who comes to them. They're a great time. They're really fun. Zan, I got banned on your server. You should put in a request to get unbanned from one of the mods. I would reinstall Minecraft just for that, but I don't know how to get to the watch party. You join my Discord server, and when I make announcements that we're starting a watch party, you join the Xander's Theater voice chat. As I always say on the announcements, I always give instructions. If you're not in my Discord server, then that explains why you don't know how to join watch parties. If you watch me and you're not in my Discord, and you're like, what? Where's this thing that Zan does? It's in my Discord. That is the hub of my community and fan base. You gotta join my Discord. How? I don't know. We'll probably make an unban form, Cute Bunny 20. But if you were banned from the server, it was definitely not for no reason. I can't just unban you because you want to be unbanned, because you weren't banned for no reason. You were banned for a good reason, I'm willing to bet. You did something bad. Unless it's like the 1 in a billion chance that like a mod accidentally hit the 3-button sequence it takes to ban a user from the server on accident. Which is unlikely. So you did something, but Cute Bunny. We're gonna have to look into those ban logs and find out what you did. If you're our messengers, stay gone, please. They were so annoying. Oh, is Cute Bunny, like, annoying? Apparently people in the chat recognize you from the Discord and are like, don't let them back! So yeah, that's why I don't just take people's word for it. Anyway. Might not have been you, though, Cute Bunny 20. It could be somebody else they're thinking of, to be fair. But yeah. We'll look into getting, like, an unbanned form set up. That is a good idea. I do need to look into that. That is actually... That needs to go on the to-do list. They posted gore. Oh, you're that person! You're the person who was posting memes with gore in them, weren't you? I think I banned you myself, Cute Bunny 20. I think I literally saw what you were posting and the fact that mods had to, like, put like censors over it because you couldn't stop posting memes that were political but included like literal photos from like the pits of bodies after genocides for your like edgy political meme posts, that I just banned you from the server because you thought you were hot shit that you could post that stuff. Twitch just dropped their statement, really? I'll have to look into that tomorrow, I guess. I only type in Discord when I want to talk to Summerstar. Nice. Anyway, with all that said, guys, I think here is where I'm going to wrap up for the day. Oh, my back feels good after those pops. Anyway, y'all, you have all been amazing, lovely, and immensely supportive today. I really do want to thank you. The donos, the likes, the views, the nice words, everything. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your continued support. I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow, so be sure, if you want to see me live tomorrow, to keep an eye out, because I'll be live tomorrow, so keep an eye out for it. I hope to see you guys there as always. But with that said, have a good one, everybody. I love you all very much, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.